Hello and welcome back to another episode of True Crime Metrix. Tonight we have Metrix on Lacasse. Again. Ever since I uploaded the unredacted video of Jeff Lacasse, he's all over the internet, isn't he? People can't stop talking about Lacasse. All the new information that we've brought to the public sphere. And now the whole internet is obsessed with the man. We have made him a star. And rightly so. If anyone earns it, I hope to God he writes a book. I hope he writes several books. And not about the case. Just, maybe a children's book about an elephant called Barry, who loses his balloon and goes on a search and meets a lot of other animals along the way and eventually finds his balloon. I think he'd be good at it. You have to be a caring person to write a children's book, and there's no doubt that Jeff Lacasse has a big heart. We're going to be looking at his 2019 testimony, his 2022 testimony. We're going to be seeing what he says and what people say to him. We're also going to be taking the opportunity to do a deep analysis on which year does Georgia Cappleman's hair look the most fabulous. I've just had a quick scan of the hair cam, and 2022 is a front runner for sure. So, we've just got this video uploading. We were meant to start at 9 o'clock. Of course, we're late again, always. You just don't understand, do you, viewers? What's involved? The things we do, the things we don't do, the things we must do, and the things that we forget. But that's okay, because that's what our responsibility is. Isn't that right, Soap? Soap has no response. But that's okay. That's okay. So what have we got? We've got 95%. I tell you what I'll show you guys. Our case, our secret case that we have in our dark little corner of the internet. Well, it's been spreading like wildfire. Big names, publishing houses. They all want a piece of Judge Everett's velvet cake. A slice of the pie. We've got People Magazine chiming in with their 2 cents. So why don't we have a look at their article? Welcome everybody in the chat. Welcome back to our channel page. Evan, thank you so much for the super chat, who says, Wendi, FU Wendi, you are a fraud. Couldn't agree more, Evan. Absolutely. So, where are we? Let's have a look over here. We're going to hide this puppy, and we're going to go to this puppy. Now, I finally managed to work out how to get this puppy to scroll. Is there anything worse than a web page that won't scroll? Well, I suppose. Cancer. The threat of nuclear war, but that's a topic for a different day and a different microphone. Let's have a look over here and interact with our channel page. Not our channel page, but People Magazine, who writes, was Wendi Adelson involved in the murder for hire plot for her? My God. Okay, we're starting that again. Was Wendi Adelson involved in the murder for hire plot of her ex-husband? Inside Dan Markel's killing and where she is now. Well, they didn't work very hard on their choice of photographs. Now, we may be able to scroll, but I don't know that we can zoom in. So if this is just a little blur, that's why I'm reading it. Over a decade after Dan Markel was murdered at his Florida home, his ex-wife Wendi Adelson and her family are still at the center of the fallout. The Canadian-born Florida State law professor was murdered by a contract killer in Tallahassee, Florida on July 18th, 2014, and his ex-wife has long been called a conspirator in the case, despite never being charged. Wendi and Dan married in 2006 and had 2 sons, Benjamin and Lincoln. The pair separated in 2012 after Wendi took their children to her parents' house in South Florida while Dan was away on a business trip, per ABC. They went through a contentious divorce in 2013 and were granted joint custody, with Wendi being required by a judge to keep the children in Tallahassee, despite allegedly wanting to move closer to her family. Shortly after these proceedings, Dan was shot and killed in his garage. A years-long investigation found that multiple people were involved in the conspiracy to murder him. Wendi's brother Charlie was allegedly behind it all, getting connected to Sigfredo Garcia by his former girlfriend, Catherine Magbuwa. In turn, Garcia allegedly enlisted the help of his childhood friend, Luis Rivera, in the killing. All 4 have been convicted, but the case did not stop there. In 2023, Wendi and Charlie's mom, Donna Adelson, was charged with the same crimes as her son: first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. Despite her family members being embroiled in the murder case, Wendi has maintained that she had no involvement in Dan's killing and has never been charged. Here's everything we know about where Wendi Adelson is now. Who is Dan Markel? After being raised in Toronto, Canada, Dan Markel graduated from Harvard. You hear that, Wendi? Harvard. It's Harvard University. Earned his master's degree in political theory at the University of Cambridge and returned to Harvard to obtain his law degree. Dan became a prominent law professor at Florida State University, as well as a radio commentator and author who wrote for outlets like The Atlantic and The New York Times. He was living in Washington, D.C. when he met Wendi on the Jewish dating app JDate. Per Jewish Tampa. The couple wed in Boca Raton, Florida on February 26, 2006, and had 2 sons, Benjamin, born 2009, and Lincoln, born in 2010, before separating in 2012. On July 18th, On July 18th, 2014, Daniel was found shot in the head at his Tallahassee home. That morning, he had brought his children to preschool and went to the gym. Dan was sitting in his garage talking on his phone when he was shot at point-blank range and died in the hospital early the next morning. He was 41. Who is Wendi Adelson? Look at that fucking picture. Hey, Wendi, you're scaring the children. Wendi Adelson is a lawyer, professor, and child advocate who grew up in Coral Springs, Florida. She graduated from Brandeis University before earning her master's degree in international relations from Cambridge and her law degree from the University of Miami. She also published a novel, This Is Our Story, in 2011. Around 2 years after Dan's murder, she enrolled in a writing class that had a related podcast, on which she discussed his death. I only found out this information when the police picked me up from a lunch date I was having with 2 girlfriends and insisted that I come with them back to the station, and then interrogated me for 8 straight hours, because it's usually the ex-wife. She said on the podcast. Wendi added, He died violently and young, and likely at the hands of a professional killer. And the media had a field day in response. I turned on the TV to find photos of my children with Nancy Grace, George Stephanopoulos saying my name in reference to our acrimonious divorce, and a picture my friend took when I was her maid of honor showed as evidence of why I should be treated as a murder suspect and not the mother of two fatherless boys. When did Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson divorce? According to a criminal affidavit in the case, Dan had reportedly returned home from a business trip in September 2012 to find his family gone, a majority of the contents of the house missing, and the paperwork for dissolution of the marriage displayed on his bed. The pair went through a contentious divorce that was settled in July 2013 without a trial. Wendi and Dan were granted joint custody, and after their split, a judge ruled that she could not move her children out of Tallahassee. In 2014, Dan filed motions against Wendi, claiming she misrepresented financial assets and took his great-aunt's 2-carat ring. He also filed a motion against Wendi's mother, Donna, to prevent her from spending time alone with the children. He claimed Donna had made disparaging remarks about him to his sons. According to a 2016 probable cause affidavit obtained by People, at the time of his death, Dan was waiting for a hearing to be set on the motion. He was annoyed that her family was meddling, he thought, in the divorce. Colleague and law professor Fernando Tison told People in 2017 of Dan, "But I never sensed he was fearful." Why did Wendi Adelson's family allegedly want her to move to South Florida? The push for Wendi and her kids to move to Miami allegedly came from Donna. Investigators believe motive for his murder stemmed from the desperate desire of the Adelson family to relocate Wendi and the children to South Florida, along with the pending court hearing that might have impacted their access to the grandchildren, a 2016 affidavit stated. The documents, which also revealed the alleged link between the Adelsons and the killers, added email evidence indicates Wendi's parents, especially her mother, wanted Wendi to coerce Markel into allowing the relocation to South Florida. Oh, excuse me. Additionally, Wendi's brother Charles Wendi's brother Charles reportedly did not like Markel and did not get along with him. After Dan's death, Wendi moved her with her sons to Miami, per Florida politics. She changed her son's last name to Adelson, testifying that she did so due to the media scrutiny, and she denied Daniel's parents. It's not Daniel, it's not Charles, dick. Phil and Ruth Markel access to their grandchildren. After years of petitioning, the Markel Act was passed in Florida to give grandparents more visitation rights in the state. In an October 2019 testimony, Wendi's ex-boyfriend Jeff Lacasse said, that's what we're doing tonight, guys, Jeff Lacasse, said she was quite bitter that she couldn't move her children, the Tallahassee Democrat reported. But in her testimony 1 month prior, Wendi told jurors she had been happy in Tallahassee and with her job at FSU. Who was the mastermind? Oh, fucking can't stop yawning. It's because I'm reading. It'll pass. Who was the mastermind of Dan Markel's murder? Wendy's brother Charlie is considered by law enforcement to be the mastermind of the murder-for-hire plot in Dan's killing. At the time of the murder, he was a wealthy Florida periodontist who shared a dentistry practice with his father. The theory took hold when Wendy's ex Lacasse claimed to investigators that in the summer of 2013, Charlie had looked into hiring a hitman for $15,000 per USA Today. I don't like this thing this article's doing. Per USA Today, per Tallahassee Democrat. Fuck off. Just put your acknowledgements at the bottom. During her testimony in 2019, Wendi acknowledged that Charlie gifted her a television and joked that buying a TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman, according to the Tallahassee Democrat. At the time of Dan's death, Charlie was dating Catherine Magboawa, who allegedly connected Charlie to the men who murdered his brother-in-law. In late 2023, Charlie was convicted of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation of first-degree murder, the Tallahassee Democrat reported. I'm getting into it now. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 60 years for the solicitation and conspiracy charges, per WCTV. Charlie isn't the only Adelson family member to be implicated in the murder. After his conviction, his and Wendy's mother, Donna, received the same charges as her son. She was arrested at the Miami-Dade International Airport. Is that what it's called? Miami-Dade International Airport? I'm pretty sure it's just Miami International Airport, MIA. Miami-Dade County. I could be wrong. What do I know? In November 2023, per WCTV, she and her husband Harley Davidson, were about to board a flight to Vietnam. State Attorney Jack Campbell told the Tallahassee Democrat. Campbell alleged that Donna was trying to flee the country. Who was convicted in Dan Markel's murder? 4 people were convicted in Dan Markel's murder, including Charlie. According to prosecutors, he had Magboawa, who had worked at the family dental practice, hire her children's father, Sigfredo Garcia, to pull the trigger. Prosecutors claimed that Garcia then enlisted his childhood friend, alleged Latin Kings member Luis Rivera, to help with the crime. In exchange for testifying against Magboawa and Garcia, Rivera pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and is serving a 19-year sentence in Arizona. Lead prosecutor Georgia Kappelman alleged that Rivera had provided the gun and drove while Garcia committed the murder, per WCTV. In his testimony against Garcia, Rivera said they were going to kill the man for some kids, for a lady, because the lady wants her kids back. He also claimed Wendi paid for the hit and said Magboawa connected all of them, according to the Tallahassee Democrat. Garcia was sentenced to life in prison in 2019, plus 30 years for conspiracy. Per WCTV. Oh, fucking hell. Where are we? While Magboawa received the same sentence as Charlie in 2022. Donna was first scheduled to stand trial in September 2024, but it was abruptly postponed due to conflicts of interest. Her new trial is scheduled to start in June 2025, according to the Tallahassee Democrat. She has pleaded not guilty. How was Wendi Adelson involved with the murder of her ex-husband? Wendi has long maintained that she was not involved in her husband's murder, but prosecutors have called her a conspirator. In September 2019, she testified she had no knowledge of the conspiracy plot, though she admitted to knowing some of her family members had been angry with Dan during the divorce proceedings, according to the Tallahassee Democrat. During questioning, Wendi was asked about her immunity. Her testimony could not be used against her, but would not stop the state from being able to charge her, as if she believed she might one day be arrested. Wendi responded, "The state isn't going to decide to arrest me." Lacasse testified in October 2019 that he and Wendi had a chilling conversation 5 days before Dan's death. He and Wendi were going through their own breakup at the time. She and Charlie had explored all options to take care of the problem, and Charlie suggested having Professor Markel killed. Lacasse told jurors per the Tallahassee Democrat. Where is Wendi now? Wendi and her 2 sons now live in South Florida, and she continues to maintain... I mean, what the fuck? You see, this is why mainstream media is dead. Wendi and her 2 sons now live in South Florida, and she continues to maintain that she was not involved in Dan's murder. Wendi left the FSU Law School faculty and in 2015, and for a short time she worked as executive director of the Immigration Partnership and Coalition Fund. As of January 2025, she is listed on the website for the St. Michael's Legal Center for Women and Children, based in Miami Beach, and as an available PA with the Asylum Seeker Advocacy Project. ASAP. I bet she loves to call it ASAP, right? It's so funny because that means as soon as what does it mean? As soon as possible. I was going to say as soon as you can. What is wrong with me? According to the Florida Bar, she is still a member in good standing. Well, they need to review. They need to review that post haste. Her husband's case has made national... Ex-husband. Her husband's case has made national news for a decade. Was featured on Dateline 2020 and People magazine investigates. On Investigation Discovery, and was the subject of season 1 of Wondery's true crime podcast, Over My Dead Body. In a statement to the Tallahassee Democrat in 2019 through her attorney, John Lauro, Adelson said, "Our boys and I continue to mourn Danny's loss for each day of the 5 long years since he was taken from us." Since he was taken from us. Astonishing. Well, that was a pile of shit, wasn't it? They've probably picked up that it's a popular thing with, and it's heating up now because of the upcoming trial. And they've said to one of their journalists, "Look, go and learn about this case, learn as much as you can, and then write a terrific article." You know what they should do? They should contact True Crime Metrix and say, "Metrix, you know all about the case. Write us an article," and I would write them an article for free. Hey, People Magazine, if you're listening, please do send me a request at truecrimemetrics@gmail.com and put in the title, "We need your services," and I'll be happy to provide them. I can do a better job than that. Trust me. What are we doing now? Let's go to the chat. Let's go to the comments. Hello, comments. How are we doing? Offrin said, "Oh, Amy, did you get that picture without the other content creators' watermark that we're never going to touch?" Yeah. No matter. But something I noticed today, guys, was, there's a piece of art hanging in Donna's house. And it says on it, Bruno Muller. And I put into Google, Bruno Muller. Wow, we got a real echo in here tonight, huh? It's like we're underwater. Yeah, if you put into Google Bruno Muller, what pops up is Obersturmbannführer Bruno Muller served as an SS lieutenant colonel during the Nazi German invasion of Poland. In September 1939, he was put in charge of the Einsatzkommando EK2, attached to Einsatzgruppe EG1 of the security police. They were deployed in Poland along with the 14th Army of Wehrmacht. Muller was the head of the Gestapo office Geheimstadtpolizei in Oldenburg from 1935 until World War II. During the invasion of Poland, he served as one of the 4 captains of the mobile killing squads, Einsatzkommandos. Within Einsatzgruppe 1, led by SS Brigadeführer Bruno Steckenbach. In total, 8 Einsatzgruppen had been deployed in Poland. Well, you get the idea. He's like a super Nazi. And in Donna Adelson's apartment, there is a piece of art on the wall with Bruno Muller written on it. Now, it's probably not the same Bruno Muller. I found an artist called Bruno Muller. I couldn't find the exact picture, but it is similar. So I just thought it was a funny coincidence with all of the dress the boys up in Nazi uniforms. Charlie came up with a good idea saying that World War II US troops would drop behind enemy lines with Nazi uniforms to get what they've got. This Nazi. Charlie Adelson in the fucking Dolce Vita. It's going to be Nazi shit. I mean, I've never heard Jews talk so much about Nazis. And then it just happens to be that the piece of art that is hanging in Donna Adelson's apartment says Bruno Muller, who was the lead top guy when the Nazis invaded Poland with the, what did they call it? The mobile killing squads. That's some heavy shit, man. You know, that's not just a Nazi, that is a top level having dinner with Adolf Hitler Nazi, you know? Crazy. So, how's our video doing? Let's see if it's uploaded and processed. Two seconds, guys. Save that puppy. Close.
May I proceed?
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your first and last name.
Yeah, I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, Jeffrey. Excuse me. Last name spelled Lacasse.
How are you employed, Mr. Lacasse?
I'm employed at Florida State University as an associate professor.
All right. What about back in 2014?
I was an assistant professor at Florida State University.
All right. And did you have a relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
What type of relationship was that?
We started dating in the fall of 2013. She became my girlfriend around March of 2014.
Okay. And when did that relationship end?
July of 2014.
Okay. And
How's the audio, guys? And is his lip sync in sync? Or is it out of sync? Because for me it looks out of sync, but then I'm in my my broadcast software. So how does it look on your end, guys?
when the breakup occurred, was there a big argument that occurred that precipitated the breakup?
We had a argument in late June. She went to South Florida for a couple of weeks, and when she came back, we tried to make things work, and it didn't really work. She sort of cut off contact.
All right. And during that argument when she went to South Florida, was she in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I believe she was. I dropped her off at her house on June 29th, I believe.
Okay. And during the course of your relationship with Ms. Adelson, did you ever meet her family?
I did.
Who did you meet?
I met her brother. We went to South Florida for an alternative spring break, went to a Markel, and I had dinner with her brother. And I met her mother at her house just very briefly, maybe 10, 15 minutes at dinner. And when I would pick her up and the kids were there with the grandparents, I would have just a couple moments interaction with them. I didn't have a lot of contact.
Okay. And what about Catherine McBanois? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
Yeah, I went to dinner with her. I believe it was on March 11th when we went over there to meet Charlie.
Okay. So who was present at that meal on March 11th? And that's 2014?
That's correct. It was myself, Wendi Adelson, Charlie, and Katie.
Charles Adelson
and Catherine McBanois.
Thank you. What about Sigfredo Garcia? Did you ever have an occasion to meet him?
I did not. I've never met him.
Was Ms. Adelson very close to her parents and her brother Charlie?
Extremely close.
I want to ask you about June 4th, 2014. Do you recall an event that occurred that day that was unusual?
Yeah, I remember a couple of unusual occurrences on June 4th.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, I had met Ms. Adelson at the Red Eye Coffee Shop in Midtown for a coffee about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We were going to talk about our relationship a little bit. And she canceled a trip we had planned to California to visit my parents, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th.
All right. And was she acting strangely that?
Jeff, that trip had always been cancelled. That was when she let you know. She knew she was never going. The trip, it didn't exist, okay? You were just late to the meeting.
Night.
Yeah, that night, she was a nervous wreck to the point, I couldn't put my finger on why at the time, to the point where she lived kind of way up Centerville where there's no convenience stores or anything close, and I actually took about 35 minutes and drove to a convenience store to get her Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck.
Hey, Jeff, you took 35 minutes, but the drugstore was only 8 minutes away. I'd have taken a couple of hours just to get out the house, you know. You need me to go to the drugstore? I'm volunteering. I'll, anything else you need me to do while I'm out and about, you know, I could just drive around. I tell you what, I'll just go and wait in town, and if you think of anything you need, I'll be there already, you know. So, see you in a few hours.
I had a real nervous stomach that evening.
Okay. And did she ever tell you what the problem was?
No, she's very non-specific about it.
Right. Were you aware during the course of your relationship with Ms. A?
What does that mean when people say that they have a nervous stomach? Does it mean like diarrhea, like loud diarrhea? Echoey in the toilet bowl diarrhea? Is that what was going on? Is that what people is it just a polite way to say that I was shitting up the walls? You know, is that what it is? I never know. When people are just polite about that and say, well, I had a nervous stomach, what does that mean? Does that mean that I went through 14 rolls of toilet paper or what? What does it mean?
Adelson, about her efforts to relocate to South Florida with the children?
I certainly was.
All right. And were you in her life when she learned that the court was not going to permit her to take the children to South Florida?
No, our first date was September 27th.
So I just heard that the microphone is a little louder than the video, but I turned the video up. How's that now? Or shall I put my microphone down a bit? Let's put it down a bit. Let's get these levels just right. How about that? Okay, so this is me. This is normal me. And now Jeff.
13, so that was a topic of conversation on our first couple of dates, but it was in the past when we discussed it.
All right. And was Ms. Adelson happy about the fact that she was not able to relocate?
No, she was quite bitter about it, actually. It was, as I said, a topic that came up that tone came up on those first 2 dates.
All right. Did she make any statements to you in reference to her brother considering options to take care of this problem with her not being able to relocate?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lacasse, when we broke, we were talking about statements made to you by Wendi Adelson about her brother considering options to take care of her relocation problem. What, if any, statements did she tell you to that effect?
Yes, ma'am. On July 13th, 2014, Wendi and I were speaking, and she asked me if she could share something with me confidentially. I told her sure. She mentioned, or she said, that Charlie had explored all options to take care of the problem, and that he had looked into having Professor Markel killed. It would cost about $15,000. I later talked to Investigator Eisen and said that could have been $50,000. They sound an awful alike.
Okay, so you're not sure if she said 15 or 50.
That's right, but I'm confident she made that statement. I just can't remember the exact dollar amount. And she did state that was during the relocation battle the previous summer is when that had taken place.
All right. And the day that she made the statement to you was July 13th of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mrs. Adelson tell you anything about the celebration dinner? Anything about a celebration dinner?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yes. A couple weeks after Professor Markel was murdered, we spoke on the phone, and she had mentioned that her and Charlie had gone to, these are her words, she said, Charlie and I went to what he described as a celebration dinner.
All right. And that was the dinner where she vomited?
That's right. That's correct.
And are you aware, Mr. Lacasse, that Ms. Adelson suggested you as a possible suspect in this homicide?
Yes, I am.
And where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was on the road to Tennessee. I originally had a trip planned for 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th, and I had, at the last moment, changed my trip to Thursday night.
So you left early?
I left early without telling anyone, other than the people at the destination. Miss Adelson was the only person I had told in Tallahassee about the time that I was leaving, which was 11 a.m. on the 18th. I had informed her about that in around June 10th.
All right, so originally it was going to be July 18th at 11 a.m. would be your departure?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you be flying or driving?
I was driving.
All right, and it changed to Thursday night, so you left the night before and were in Tennessee at the time of the homicide?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Cross.
Unless he had a twin, right? We don't know. We don't know. Imagine if there was another Jeff Lacasse. I just love the version of watching the whole thing with the fake version in your mind of it was really all him. The Adelsons had nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this. When he went down to Yardbird and just, Charlie was paying the bill, Wendi went to the bathroom, Catherine McVanor went home, and Jeff Lacasse is waiting outside, catches a glimpse of two Latin King-looking thugs in a truck. Goes over, says, "You guys want a job?" Hands them a picture of Professor Markel. Gives them the address. Says, "You didn't get this from me."
Still morning. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
Pronounce your last name for me again.
Lacasse.
Lacasse. Okay. Just want to make sure I got it right. Mr. Lacasse. So Wendi Adelson knew you were leaving. You told her you were leaving Friday morning.
Friday morning at 11, we had discussed it because we had some plans that got canceled, so we had discussed it in some detail, actually.
And your plan was to leave Tallahassee and to drive northbound?
Thomasville Road, eastbound, yes, sir.
Sure. Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So your plan was to travel north of Tallahassee to Tennessee, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Wendi that, hey, listen, I'm going on this trip and I'm leaving Friday morning around 11 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall what time the actual shooting took place?
I believe it was right around 11 a.m.
The same exact time that you'd be leaving the area?
That's correct.
Yeah, and what was happening on the day of the attempted hit, the first attempt, the failed attempt? Jeff was leaving town about 11 a.m. He left town twice that whole summer, and both times there was an attempt and a successful, two attempts. One of them was successful. The TV was broken in March and remained broken until July. And you just suddenly decided, hey, we better get that fixed. I mean, just happened to be the day of the murder.
And although it was
But what we've been working on with learning about what the TV was really for was not an alibi, but to provide a plausible reason for triangulation of phone calls. There's a reason to call Donna about the TV. There's a reason to call Charlie about the TV because of that appointment, right? That's what it was for. Not an alibi. Not to have the Best Buy guy be a witness to Wendy's whereabouts. That wouldn't be needed at all. And it wouldn't be a good alibi because he's coming between 8 and noon. And he's not going to be staying for the full 4 hours. It's not an alibi. It's to facilitate a plausible reason for the triangulation of calls. The purchase of the bullet bourbon with the charge card set up. We've still got to do our deep analysis on that. That'll be coming out this week, guys. Promise. But these things were set up and in place. I'd love to know what was set up and in place for the first attempt, right? Because there wouldn't have been a TV appointment. We know that. There wouldn't have been another, wedding shower thing where there's an invitation that asks you to bring a bottle of bullet bourbon. So what things were set up for the triangulation of calls, for the signaling of yes, the hit has happened, or no, it's not happened? What were those things? Were there things, or were there not?
for a business trip, if people didn't know what your plans were, would you agree with me that it may look like you're leaving the scene if you're traveling outside of the jurisdiction?
That's what I was concerned about, that if I had taken my trip at the scheduled time, I would have looked like I was fleeing, because I would have been driving, I would have taken Capitol Circle to Thomasville and been very close to Professor Markel's house.
Thank you for helping us with our goal at the top of the chat, Evan Elizabeth Duke. Congratulations, Evan. Thank you so much.
And when did you find out that Ms. Adelson, Wendi Adelson, had suggested that you may be involved in this?
I suspected it from the police interrogations. They didn't explicitly say that. Eventually, I was able to view her interrogation video.
And by her, you mean Wendi Adelson?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I bet that was fun. God, he must have just smashed his own TV.
And by interrogation video, you mean interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because, as you're aware, she has not been charged in this case, correct?
I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
And obviously, you haven't either.
Right.
Right. You've been cleared by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your relationship with Wendi Adelson. You started dating her. Give me a time period.
September 27th, 2013 was our first date.
And how long would you say that your relationship with her lasted?
Well, there was different phases of it. In that fall semester, we weren't exclusive. It was more casual. It became more serious late February, early March. So as far as a serious, I'm your boyfriend, you're my girlfriend sort of thing, just March through July.
Okay. So you started casually dating in September of 2013, and it got more serious at the beginning of 2014, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And how did you meet Miss Adelson? How did you guys first have a date?
Yeah, through mutual friends.
Okay, so it wasn't like on a social media dating app or anything else?
No.
Okay. Were you aware if Miss Adelson was participating in online dating?
I think I knew that she had dated online in the past. I did
Thank you, C. Malone, and thank you, Laura, for the fabulous super stickers.
not know the time frame.
One of your concerns, okay, so once you guys became exclusive, and by exclusive I mean you called her your girlfriend and she called you her boyfriend, is that fair?
That's correct, and I was involved with the kids at that point and things like that.
And it got to the point where she introduced you to her family, right?
That's right.
And you indicated that there was a dinner where you met Charlie Adelson?
That's right.
Kind of a good-looking guy, right?
Sure.
Right. Works out?
Yes.
When you went on, when you had your double date, where it was you, Wendi Adelson, Charlie, and Miss Magbanua, did you see what kind of car Mr. Adelson pulled in?
I don't recall seeing his car in the parking lot. We then went to his house, so I saw his garage and got a look at some of the vehicles he owned, but not that at dinner.
What kind of vehicles does he have?
Ferrari is the one that stood out to me.
Do you remember the color of the Ferrari?
I don't.
Did you make any?
It was black, and it was an F340, which is known to be the Ferrari that people purchase when all they're interested in is the badge with a little black horse on it, okay? It's the worst Ferrari that there is. His was very shoddy, not from a dealership, second-hand, broke down all the time, and etc. So, not the best. In fact, I saw a Ferrari today, and we were going pretty slow. I was behind him, and he pulled into a lay-by, and I just went past him real slow, and I just heard that engine, and yeah, it sounded pretty fucking cool.
Comments to Wendi about the Ferrari?
Well, Wendi used to talk about Charlie having a Ferrari. I mean, that was, she would say, my brother's a character, he has a Ferrari, he has an undercover cop car, he has, I think, a nice Benz in addition, or some luxury car.
So she knew what a Ferrari was, right?
Sure, well, sure.
So it's not like she didn't say he's got a Porsche and you saw a Ferrari, right?
No, it was a Ferrari, and I actually remember discussing the cost of maintenance with Charlie. There were some downsides to having a Ferrari.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's tough. So pretty extensive.
Yeah. My iPhone 6 is too big for my skinny jeans, but if I have my iPhone 7, then I can't put it in my tapered jeans. First world. Stupid Ferrari. Why am I so unlucky? My Ferrari breaks down all the time.
Car collection, right?
He had multiple cars, yeah. I don't know exactly how many.
And did you learn what he did for a living?
Yeah.
Is he like Jay Leno? Man, how does Jay Leno have that many cars? I mean, what is the value of all of Jay Leno's cars? I mean, it's billions, right? I mean, it's billions.
I knew he was a periodontist from speaking with Wendi.
And was that the only night you had direct contact with Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson?
That's the only contact I ever had with him that night.
Did he appear to have, did he appear to be intelligent?
He had That's a difficult question. I just met him the one night. That's a big
I'll
judgment.
withdraw that. Let me ask a more important question. Was he socialite?
Well, it's not a yes, is it? I think he just felt too polite to say no. He was a moron.
Was he drinking that night?
I don't recall if he was drinking. He was holding forth. He was talking a lot. He was confident. That was my impression of him.
He was talking a lot?
Yes.
Did you ever see him go to the bathroom?
I don't recall.
Did you ever see him, was he perspiring more than a normal person would during dinner?
This is 5 years ago. I don't remember. We were outside.
Just a reminder, guys, that Mr. Hand Grenade's big thing is that Charlie was a cokehead, bought coke off Luis Rivera, hired Luis Rivera to do the hit on his own, which he did, and then when Luis was facing the charge for the federal racketeering RICO case, decided to throw his best friend and his best friend's wife, under the bus to make it all up. Sigfredo Garcia was never there. And I said to Mr. Hand Grenade, well, how do you get around the photograph that was taken of the two of them in the car at the ATM machine? And the fact that Shadrick Nobles is here saying, yeah, the tall guy fixed the car. You know. There's a bullet hole in the footwell of the passenger seat. Oh, yeah. I mean, to be fair, Mr. Hand Grenade made the case that Luis Rivera went up with another Latin king, King Anthony or whatever.
It was, not cool that time of year, but yeah.
Okay, so you're outside.
But that's why Mr. Hand Grenade's like, did you see him go to the bathroom a lot? Maybe come back with white powder all over his face? Was he perspiring more than a normal person would?
In like an open area restaurant?
Yeah, we were at the Yardbird on the patio.
Okay, the Yardbird in South Beach?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you witness Charlie Adelson doing cocaine that night?
I did not.
So this is a guy who's in South Beach, right? Drives a Ferrari, right?
Yes.
What, had Wendy previously described him as having a lot of girlfriends?
Sure.
Handsome guy, probably could get attention of women.
I would presume so.
But your only face-to-face meeting was that dinner, correct?
Well, that dinner, and then we went back to his house and hung out in his hot tub for a little while, but that was it.
And during that time that you went to his house to hang up in the hot tub, did you see him ever go to the bathroom, or was he ever outside of your personal space?
Yeah, I think all of us were in and out of that hot tub at various points because we were sitting there a little while.
At any point did Charlie Adelson... Now, look, you're a law professor, correct?
Professor of social work, actually.
Correct. Okay. I'm sorry. You're a professor at the university, correct? I apologize, not law professor.
Yeah.
You're an educated person, correct?
Sure.
You'll agree with me that a lay person wouldn't solicit you to commit a murder, correct?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
I'll re-ask this. Did Charlie Adelson ask you to kill Dan Markel?
Did Charlie ask me to
Did he
kill him?
ask you?
No.
Of course not. And
Mr.
I apologize. I'll withdraw the of course not. And you'll agree with me that at no point did you give him any reason to believe that you would be someone that would do such a nefarious act, correct?
No.
Okay. When the prosecutor asked you about June 4th of 2014, you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you guys were at the Red Eye Coffee Shop, right?
That's correct.
And around what time was that?
I had a hair appointment at 2 or 3, so it was at 1 or 2.
And so in the early afternoon,
Could have been as early as 12:30.
Hey everyone, say hello to Shadrick Nobles. How you doing, man? Yeah. But we bring up your name from time to time, man. But, we always do it with love, respect. You're everyone's favorite witness. You did a real good job on the stand. Hello to your auntie as well. Hello, Auntie Nobles. And, good luck to you, man. Good luck to you, man. When are you putting up some more videos? We loved that one of you, where were we? You were on Trescott Drive, right? That was church, That was church.
Sir,
12:30.
Yeah.
Okay. So around 12:30 on June 4th, 2014, correct?
that's correct.
You indicated that she was and by she I mean Wendi Adelson, that she was acting unusual.
That's correct.
Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Did you ask her what was wrong?
I did ask her what was wrong. It was very non-specific. That happened with Wendi quite a bit with it, where she was upset and it was not an exact name put to why.
Was she upset often?
Yes.
Thank you, VG. Help fund Metrix's tallied trip and the Adelson action figures. You can help kickstart our prototype of, I think we're going to start off with 3 or 4 or 5 different figures, just as a proof of concept, but we're actually going to have them made, boxed, with the sound chips in them, with the button, so you can click the back of Judge Everett's action figure and he will say, "I slept like a baby." Yeah, do help us with our, what do you call it? Goal at the top of the chat, guys. Dig deep, friends. Dig deep, friends. Because, it's going to be big. Crime Con. We're going to sell out of this thing. First, we're getting the prototypes. Then we're going to use those to test the marketplace. Then we're going to angel investors to get some serious coin to go into mass production. We're maybe thinking, well, I don't know if we need to fly out, but there's a factory in Taiwan that can set this up real quick. So we do have a goal at the top of the chat. Or, just support the channel on buymeacoffee.com. Go and get yourself some fantastic Metrix merch at merch.truecrimemetrix.com. Hey, where's Cosmic Kitten? Are you out there? I guess you haven't had any mail today, Cosmic Kitten, as it's Sunday. But do let us know. Hopefully that's going to be really early in the week for you when you get your fantastic True Crime Metrix hoodie, which you can all get right now at merch.truecrimemetrix.com. Remember to like the video, like, share, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel for fabulous Adelson content and other content coming out real soon, guys. Anything else? Social networks down in the description. Check it out. Join us on there for fabulous Metrix updates.
Would she get these kind of physical reactions often, that her stomach would hurt or that she would ask you to get her medicine?
I got to know her better in the spring, so I saw more of it than I would have in the fall. That was the only time I can recall that was not an average thing. I think that's why I remember it, because it was unusual.
And you said that you drove about 35 minutes to get her medicine?
Yeah, it could have been 25, 35 minutes, but where she lived was not convenient to run to the store, so it was a discussion like, do we want to do that? It's all the way down there, and she was so nervous. I thought, no, I'm going. So
did she?
Yeah. I'm going. I'm going to be gone a while. Okay, you cry on the floor in the fetal position, and I'm going to the drugstore. All right, the long way round. Okay, maybe going to stop off at a bar on the way back.
She go with you?
No, she did not. She had the kids that night, so she stayed with the children.
Did she make any kind of doctor's appointments shortly thereafter, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, you indicated that you guys became boyfriend and girlfriend at the beginning portion of 2014. Is that a correct statement, sir?
Yes, sir.
And when would you tell the members of this jury that your relationship with her ended?
Well, that's a little complicated. On July 14th, we went on a date. And when I got home, she had sent me an email saying, I need a week to think. Please don't contact me for the next week. And so that was the Monday before Professor Markel was killed. And then we didn't talk for maybe 10 or 12 days after the murder. So I assumed it was internally, I assumed it was over, that night. When you get an email like that, you're probably figuring it's over. But in subsequent phone calls, she acted as if it was still a slightly open issue.
Stevie Nicks, or Steve Nicks, if you just, if you put the @ symbol and then start typing someone's name as it shows up in chat, then you can click it and it will be highlighted like this. @Steve. It doesn't seem to work. Bad example. Well, it didn't work for me.
And we closed that down by phone calls that, obviously we're going to move on here.
Did you ever question her loyalty to you in your relationship with her?
With regularity, yes.
And when you say with regularity, when did you first become suspicious? Now, let me ask this question first. You were concerned that she was seeing other men, right?
I was.
Okay. And when did you first start getting this concern?
Should we count them? There's the coach for the Cleveland Browns, Daniel Sack. There's the big heavy hitter at Exxon. There's Miguel. There's the advertising executive for Coca-Cola. There's the list goes on, right? I mean, what the hell? What do you think Wendi Adelson's body count is? 500? 500. That's high. That's high.
Probably March, April time frame, I started to wonder. So not too long after we became a couple, I guess what I was wondering is, have we really become a couple, or is she still doing what she was doing before?
Was it like, did you find like text messages or direct messages on social media that made you kind of go, what's going on here?
No, I didn't see any text messages or anything on social media. Her behavior was just erratic. She would disappear. She would get home very late at night. So there were signs like that.
Would you talk to her about it?
I tried to.
Okay. So let me ask it this way.
Yeah.
Did she understand that you were concerned about her being loyal to you, or your relationship being a monogamous one?
To be completely honest, I think we kind of pussyfooted around that until we had that big fight at the end of June. That's what that argument was about.
Let's talk about that big fight.
Yeah, sure.
Why don't you walk the members of the jury through what happened?
Yeah, I had taken Wendi to Gainesville with me. I was teaching in the off-campus program at UF for the weekend, so I took her with me.
I'm sorry, was it just you and her, or did she bring the kids?
No, it's just me and her.
So like a romantic getaway to Gainesville?
Well, work/pleasure. I teach during the day. She works in a coffee shop. We have dinner with friends at night, that kind of stuff. It's a nice area down
Sounds
there.
nice.
Yeah, it was nice. And weekend started off fine. The Saturday night, we sort of got into it over this stuff. I confronted her about the fact that I suspected that she had been seeing other men.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So you're at dinner?
We were actually up in the hotel room. The night was basically over. It was pretty late. It was 9 or 10 o'clock at night when this discussion happened.
Okay. And had she had any alcoholic beverages at that point?
We both had, but I think just 1 or 2 glasses of wine a couple hours earlier.
Just socially with dinner, maybe?
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
There was no more drinking than that.
And did you say, listen, I think this, that, or the other? Did you have any specifics, or were you just giving a vague, I'm concerned about where this relationship is?
The latter. I was pretty specific. I told her I was very concerned. I was particularly concerned because the way she had framed our relationship was, you're not just becoming my boyfriend. I have children. I'm a mother. It's like I was auditioning for the job of husband and father is actually sort of how it felt in retrospect. So I bonded with the kids pretty tightly, and as you can imagine, in a relationship, that kind of discussion gets more complicated when you're serious and there's kids. And she had been talking about me moving in. She had told me not to buy a house. She had told me not to buy a Jeep, that I needed to buy a vehicle that 2 car seats could fit in. So
it sounds like you guys were heading down that path.
Yeah, hence why I raised the issue, because I had some intuitions that everything wasn't quite right. Her behavior had been a little erratic, and I was worried about moving in and ending up in a really bad situation, actually.
So would it be fair to say that she was saying the wrong things, but her actions were speaking louder than the words?
That's not a bad summary. I was getting 2 very different messages based on behavior or what she was speaking to me, what she was saying. Yeah.
Did that argument or that discussion, did you feel it the next morning?
What do you mean by feel it, sir?
Was she acting any different the following morning?
Oh, the next day was probably the most awkward car ride I've ever had in my life. We rode from Gainesville to Tallahassee. She was crying. I was very upset. It was a very awkward 3-hour drive.
It's a 3-hour drive from
3 or 4, however long it is to.
Okay, from Gainesville to Tallahassee, however long that was.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry.
And this was in June. You said June 20.
That would have been June 29th. That's the Sunday, the last Sunday in June.
2 weeks later, on July 13th, Wendi tells you, or Wendi has this discussion with you that the prosecutor elicited, right?
Yes.
From June 29th to July 13th, would you say your relationship with Wendi after that awkward, that long 2 or 3 hour, 4 hour, however long it is, from Gainesville to Tallahassee, emotional car ride, right?
Yes.
She's crying,
Yes.
upset,
Yes.
and I would assume, well, let me strike this. Did you believe that she was upset because, like I said, she was saying all the right things, but she wasn't acting like she was talking?
It's very complicated, and she was all over the place, to be frank, in that at one point she was confessing, at one point she was saying, I never did that. She was saying she couldn't remember some things I wanted to talk about, which was frustrating. So go ahead, I'm sorry.
No worries. You said she was confessing. Was she admitting to potential talking to other men?
More than talking the night before when we were having the argument, but it was...
What was she saying?
It was a heated discussion, so I don't remember every word of it. But at points she...
So she was more than talking, so she was singing with other men?
I let it slip out that my concerns were well-founded.
Okay.
And then 5 minutes later, she would say the opposite. And when I've had to explain the story in the past, I've had to say it doesn't sound like it makes sense because she was just all over the place. She was hysterical, really.
Okay. So would it be fair to say at some point she admits to talking to other dudes, to talking to other men, and then shortly thereafter denies what she just confessed to?
Well, then that repeat as needed on the car ride back, she was like, I never did any of that stuff you taught. I don't know what you're talking about, which was kind of crazy making for me because she had confessed to some of it.
Yeah, a little bit fucking horror story making for me. I mean, if that's the point where you stop the car at the side of the highway and drag her out and drive away. That's what you do in a situation like that, Jeff. I hope you've learned from this experience, Jeff. I hope you've learned how to deal with a psychopathic, lying, crazy person. You don't need that shit in your life. Doesn't that make the hair on your neck stand up? I mean, what are you doing? She's trying to gaslight him in a way that is it's just extreme. She's trying to get him to think that, to question his own sense of reality, right? Just like in the film. Thank you, Molly, for the super chat and helping us with our fantastic Adelson action figure goal. Thank you, Molly.
The night before.
Okay. So from June 29th till July 13th, would you say you were fixing the relationship at that point? Was it getting better, or was it getting worse?
It's hard to tell because on the 29th I left her house and I didn't see her again until July 13th. She went to South Florida for those 2 weeks.
Did you guys talk on the phone?
We talked on the phone once in a while. We did some video chats. I talked to the kids via video chat and things like that. But it was very up in the air where the relationship was going to go. I would get a mixture of messages, verbally and by text.
Would you agree with me that your level of contact with her between June 29th and July 14th was less than it was before?
Oh, it was minimal. It was minimal. Days and days will go by at points without us talking on the phone at least. I may get the random text or something, but we weren't talking a lot.
And then on July 13th, Wendi, in essence, tells you that her brother, Charlie, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
In 2013, yes, sir.
In 2013?
Yes.
What was your reaction to this?
It was in the context of a relationship discussion. It kind of just blurted out when he has a habit of blurting things out that are kind of tangential or whatever. And so...
You see what he did there? The little Jeff dance.
It was in the context of a relationship discussion. It kind of just blurted out when he has a habit of blurting things out that are kind of tangential or whatever. And so I...
Okay, we need to cut that to Scatman John. Ba da ba da ba da be ba 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 da bo ba 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 da bo.
It was in the context of a relationship discussion. It kind of just blurted out when he has a habit of blurting things out that are kind of tangential or whatever.
No.
And so
Something
I
slower, maybe.
didn't know what to make of it. My stomach kind of flipped. It was like a chilling statement. And then we kind of ended up talking about the relationship again, and I
Yeah. Wendy makes the statement. Jeff's like, fuck, where's that Pepto-Bismol from the other night? My stomach, it's flipping like a hamburger.
At the time, it was just like a crazy thing that someone would say, you know.
Okay. Very crazy thing.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. Did you take that statement as a threat to you? And let me kind of clarify this. She indicated that because of her bad relationship with Mr. Markel, correct?
Is Shadrick still here, Victoria Girl? Thank you for your super chat. Shadrick Action Doll with gold teeth attachment, believe it. Yeah, well, Shadrick is going to be one of our top sellers. You know, the red plaid shirt, the macaroni necklace, just the whole thing. A grill, you know, pull-out grill. You know, that doll's going to be for the over sixes because of the amount of attachments, right? Add-ons, little bits, the grill, the teeth. It's going to be fantastic. Some digital scales. A wad of small bills.
And you'll agree with me that they had a bad relationship, correct?
That's how she characterized it.
You'll agree with me that she said, based on a bad relationship, that her brother had looked into hiring somebody to kill him, correct?
Well, that was specifically about the relocation, is what she said in that statement. I know they had bad blood otherwise for other reasons, certainly, but that was specifically tied to the relocation battle being lost. That was what prompted Charlie to look into it, according to her statement.
This conversation that you had on July 13th, where was it?
It was in her house on Aqua Ridge.
Was anybody?
Hey guys, what do you think? You know, Wendy had her big interview, right? 5 hours, 5+ hours, and, you know, left, got general license the laptop, a few other bits, went to stay with Lynn and Alan Grossman. Then Donna and Harvey come up, stay with Wendy at the house. There's a couple of days in town, the memorial, and they leave straight after, right? I mean, they're out, gone. Never speak to law enforcement again. But when would the first opportunity have been for Wendi and everybody at Main Base, the Adelsons, to watch the video of Wendi's interview? I mean, I suppose her lawyer, I don't know. Her lawyer could have requested it for them, I suppose, but I don't think so. Not on my hunch, not on my intuition, because they were keeping their head below the parapet, right? Not seen, not heard, all quiet in Adelson town. So it was probably quite a while before they saw the interview, right? So my question is, would Wendi have said to everybody else, hey, listen, I mentioned Charlie's joke lots. I said my parents are very angry at Danny, etc., 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 because that was all Wendi's thing on her own, right? Her little insurance policy. That was not part of the wider plan amongst the rest of the conspiracies. There's no way Charlie and Donna and Harvey and Wendi sat down and they were all like, hey, when you get in there, make sure you tell them about the joke I made about the hitman. Yeah, start with that, and then go from there. And yeah, tell them how angry your parents have been at Danny. That was not part of the global plan. That was just Wendi being Wendi, right? So would she have told the others? Probably not, right? So whenever the Adelsons all did get to see the video, which I don't imagine would have been soon after, because they were keeping their head above the parapet. This is all just my feeling on it, guys. I'm just sharing that. It's not a checked fact. Does it have to be? I'm not so keen on just a bunch of checked facts. Anyone can find those, that's just like reading stuff, right? Exploring ideas, sharing feelings. I think that's where it's at. I think that's how we truly grow, You throw stuff out there, you try it out, maybe it works, maybe it leads to something else, maybe that works, and you end up getting a more overall picture. Or maybe you end up going down the wrong path, like these conspiracy nuts. Yes, I think Wendi drove past Trescott because she wanted to be the one to find the body. Save yourself, save yourself, save yourself.
Anybody else around when she made the statement?
No, sir.
Did you contact any of your friends after this conversation and discuss the fact that Wendi Adelson had indicated that her brother had looked to hire a hitman?
In what time frame?
Okay, so on July 13th, when the conversations...
Man, Mr. Hanger Grenade's working hard on this guy, huh? It's like double George's time already. And remember, we've still got, I think it's Christopher DeCoste that does 2019. That should be nice, huh? Everyone likes a bit of Christopher DeCoste.
Over, do you stay there that night?
No,
Is it DeCoste or DeCoste? I don't want to mispronounce. I think different people say it different ways.
We ended with me telling Wendi, if this isn't going to work for you, you can text me and we can just break up. I don't want a big thing, like confrontation. And I left for the night. I did not stay.
Do you have like a family member or a best friend that you talk to about personal issues?
I have several, sure.
Okay. Did you call or contact any of them on the way back to discuss what had transpired about, and I'm not talking about the breakup.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm sorry. I am talking about the breakup.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you call your friends and go, hey, listen, it ended with me and Wendi?
It's summertime, and at FSU, a lot of these people were out of town. Some of them were even overseas, so there was less contact than there ordinarily would have been. But I'm sure I discussed the fact, well, not that night because it was so late. What I remember is the next day when I get this email saying, don't contact me for a week, I certainly shared that with friends because I found it really frustrating and surprising and thought it was weird.
Did you share with any of your friends the comment that Wendi Adelson made to you with regards to her brother and the murder for hire?
Yeah, I'm sure I did. I just couldn't tell you who or when I did that, but certainly after the murder occurred, certainly I shared that with people. I also shared it with the police the first day they brought me in.
Right. So you were interviewed by law enforcement in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
During your interview with law enforcement, did you mention this statement?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell it was Detective Isom that interviewed
It
you?
was him and Investigator Hale.
Okay. Did you indicate to them who you had shared this information with?
I don't know that I was asked to.
Hearsay.
Judge, it's not for the
Overruled.
Can you restate the question?
No worries.
Yeah.
So when you tell them what Wendi told you about her brother's murder for hire plot, did you say, yeah, listen, I spoke to my buddy, because the murder happened on the 18th, correct?
That's correct.
And so 4 days prior to that is when you got that breakup. Was it an email or a text message?
It was an email.
Okay, so you get a breakup email. And so you call your friends, which is normal, right? And you indicated just a few minutes ago that you probably mentioned the murder for hire to some of your friends, right?
At some point, I just don't know when.
Okay. What about, was that before or after your interview with law enforcement?
Was what before or after?
Your discussions with friends.
Well, after I had told it to the police, I certainly discussed it. I'm confident. I may have done it before as well. I don't recall that. But after I told the police that, I did share that with some people confidentially.
She did not tell Isom she was valedictorian. No, back pain forever. That did not come up at all. Hey, Cosmic Kitten. I was going to ask you if you got your package, but I know it's Sunday. Please let me know as soon as you get your hands on that hoodie.
Now, she told you, and by she I'm referring to Wendi Adelson, during your July 13th conversation, that he had looked and the price was either $15,000 or $50,000, correct?
That's correct.
So it's either one or the other, correct?
Right.
And would it be fair to say, based on your testimony, that she said that price was too high?
No, she didn't offer any further context or explanation. It was kind of a thing that was blurted out. And then literally 20 seconds later, she started talking about something else, and I can't recall what that was. I think it was the relationship stuff that I was very focused on.
So out of nowhere, she tells you Charlie was going to go look to hire a hitman who's going to cost $15,000 or $50,000, and you don't go back to that.
I don't know that it was out of nowhere. I believe preceding that was a discussion that if anything ever happened to Danny, she would move to Miami. I think I've spoken to the investigator Isom about that previously.
And listen, I have to ask Mr. Lacasse, at no point did you contact law enforcement after you heard of this threat so they could contact Mr. Markel to see if there's any need to protect him in any way, shape, or form?
I didn't.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. Good night. Just a few more questions, sir.
Sure.
Would I be correct or incorrect in assuming or in saying that you were interested in having a monogamous relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I thought I had a monogamous relationship with
And you wanted to keep it, correct?
Wrong, Jeff. You convinced yourself. You had confirmation bias. You selectively chose to ignore subconscious clues and cues that were right in your face the whole time. And we hope that you've developed a much better, keener screening process. Good luck to you, Jeff.
Depends when you're asking.
On July 13th, 2014?
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
I'm sorry to ask such personal questions. I know it's different. Did you think it's unusual?
God, it must be so weird. Imagine talking about a horrific breakup from the witness box. Oh God, he's doing really well though, but you can tell he's had to put himself in a mindset of like, okay, I'm a clinician or whatever. This is clinical work, so we're just gonna answer the questions and we're gonna move through this. It needs to be done.
Usual. Well, let me ask this. At some point, did you ever see a picture of Dan Markel?
Sure.
Do you think that there's a resemblance between yourself and him?
Everybody always says that. When I was dating her, no one ever brought it up. I see it from the pictures. In real life, I was never told that while we were dating.
And as you indicated before, you're also a professor?
Yes, correct.
Do you feel wronged by Wendi Adelson?
Do I feel wronged?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
No further questions.
Dr. Bannon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So that's the morning.
Good morning.
The questions I'm about to ask you are about the investigation into you, not that we believe you're a suspect, okay?
I understand.
You would agree with me at the beginning of the case in July 2014, there was a thought that you were a potential suspect.
That's what I've been told, yes.
You were contacted by the police.
I was.
You came in, you were interviewed.
Yes, I came straight from my trip into the TPD station.
3 separate times you were interviewed, right?
Yes.
Now, they didn't handcuff you at gunpoint and drag you into the station, right?
No, they asked me to come in, so I came in.
Voluntarily went in?
Yes.
Hey. Kermley has said, once you've tangled with a narcissist like Wendi, your life is changed forever. I'm sure Jeff has developed stronger boundaries. You've given me an idea for a poll, Kermley. Let's do that poll.
You told them what you knew. You explained the information, right?
Yes.
Eventually, you helped them get bank records to show where you were. It was in Tennessee, right?
Yeah, I believe it was cell phone records and a receipt from a Kmart that had surveillance video of me, was my understanding of it.
So they get your bank records. They see a transaction at a Walmart, right?
Yeah, credit card records, yes, sir. Yes.
There's then a receipt. Mm-hmm. And then they go actually to the Walmart, get their surveillance footage that shows you there.
Yeah, it was a Kmart, but yes, sir.
And then you were cleared.
That's correct.
You would agree with me that they objectively investigated you.
Yes.
Now, had they not gotten the bank records...
Right, this poll's got to be 100% yes, hasn't it? I think that's why we all love this case. It's so close to home for so many of us.
The Walmart video or anything like that, one could paint a picture that you were involved. Just the fact that you left town right when the murder happened and you had this connection.
Well, except that I wasn't in the state at the time of the murder, so how could I have done it? So that's...
What we're talking about here is that somebody could paint the picture
Okay.
without all the evidence.
Yeah, if they don't have all the evidence, sure.
All right. Let's go to something you said on direct talking about June 4th.
Yes.
And you appear to have a very good memory of all the instances. You said that Wendi had the kids on June 4th, the night of June 4th.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time with Wendi, spent a lot of time with the kids. You knew their daily schedule of the boys, right?
I knew not so much because I usually got there in the evening. So at the time, I would know what days she had the kids. But as far as pickup times and things like that, I usually saw them at the end of the day. I accompanied her just a couple times to pick up the kids. So I don't want to sound like I'm an expert in that because I'm not.
So June 4th, she has the kids. The next morning, June 5th, she would have taken them to Creative Preschool.
She would have, but I never stayed over there. So when the kids were there, so I wouldn't have known that because I left at the end of the night if the kids were there every time.
That would have been consistent with the custody setup that she had with Dan Markel, correct?
Yeah, depending on what the days on the schedule were, which I don't recall. I used to know that. I don't anymore.
It wouldn't have been that he'd come and pick them up at her house and then bring them over to Creative Preschool.
I never saw that kind of scheduling anywhere.
So it would have been consistent with on June 5th, she would have dropped the kids off.
It would have been consistent, but I don't have any primary knowledge of what she did on June 5th.
All right. Let's talk about Charles Adelson. Understanding that you didn't have a close relationship with him, you did meet him and you hung out with him.
Yeah, for a few hours.
To you, and I'm going to use your words, he seemed like somebody that hung out on both sides of the tracks, right?
That's the way he presented himself in that hot tub. Yes.
And you took that to be accurate.
Yes, I took his self-presentation to be accurate. That's correct.
During the day, he's wearing a lab coat or scrubs, whatever dentists wear, right?
Right.
And then when he's off work, he's going out, he's hanging out at the gym with less savory people.
Yeah, that was sort of his characterization. I was sort of repeating what he said. Yeah.
In your words, less savory
Well, not
individuals.
less savory, gritty. I don't remember his exact words, but gritty, something like that. I don't remember his exact words, but yeah, that's how he presented himself in that hot tub. It seemed to be almost a braggadocio kind of thing, like, look at me, I'm on both sides. Yeah.
And you took him to be a street smart guy.
I did.
He had friends that were ex-special ops.
Yes, that's what he said. Yeah, that's what him and Wendi said. Yeah.
His gym friends that to you almost came off as nefarious.
Well, yeah, and I don't remember the details at this point, but he was talking about deals they were doing. There was a lot of hinting and innuendo. But yeah, you're accurately presenting how he presented to me.
Let's go now to the dinner on March 11, 2014.
Sure.
It was outside. It was on Miami Beach.
Yeah.
If you remember, and you may not, do you remember seeing a pickup truck with two gentlemen outside of the restaurant watching you guys?
No.
Let's go now to July 14th, 2014.
Okay.
Now, you had met Catherine McBanois several months prior to that.
Yeah, I met her in March.
So March, April, May, June, July. Wendi is opening up to you and saying what her brother had looked into doing, right?
I think you're talking about the 14th. You're talking about the 13th, I think.
July 13th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So July 13, 2014, she's talking about her brother hiring a hitman. She's giving you incriminating details, right?
Yes.
Never said anything about the involvement of Catherine McBanois, right?
No, it was 3 sentences, so no, she didn't.
All right, let's talk about now the options that he looked into doing to take care of the problem, right?
Right.
On direct examination, the state attorney's office asked you what year it was. But there was more specifics to that. It was specifically the summer of 2013, right?
Yes, it was attached to the relocation, so whenever it was after relocation had failed, where she'd been denied the motion for relocation.
But I want to make sure it's clear because we didn't have the full information from direct examination. What Wendi told you is that her brother looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013.
That's correct.
And that would have been before he even knew Catherine McBanois.
Yeah, I don't know when they met, but if you say so.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Thanks so much, C. Malone, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com. C. Malone says, Jeff and Charlie smooched JB in the hot tub. At Charlie's house. Jeff and Charlie smooched JB in the hot tub at Charlie's house. Nothing wrong with it, but I always questioned this. They exchanged texts the next day. JB, you mean like the liquor? I don't know. I mean, yeah, they exchanged text. I don't know what you mean by smooched. They smooched? That means kiss. Well, there's a thought I wish I never had. Thank you, C. Malone.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. The breakup email on July 14th, 2014, I know you had some phone contact after that, but was that basically the end of your relationship?
That's the last time I ever saw her.
Okay.
We did have some, it was in August. It was after, we didn't talk between then and after the murder.
Okay, and you never got back together and resumed your
Oh,
relationship?
no.
No further questions.
All right, did you ever have a question of this witness? Write your question down. We'll go sidebar. So, series of questions from the jury. The email, the July 14, 2014 email, was that on a FSU website or a private website? Do you have any recollection?
I think that was from Wendy's Gmail account.
Okay, what about to you?
Oh, that would have been to my Gmail as well.
Okay. So the answer is no, it was not on an FSU website.
Correct.
Okay.
To the best of my recollection, Your Honor.
Okay. Did Ms. Adelson indicate that she wanted to relocate to have the children full-time?
She talked about, she didn't talk directly about relocating because she knew that was no longer a possibility. But the other side of that coin, how unhappy she was in Tallahassee and how frustrated she was by the child custody, were issues that came up, if not every day, every week, that came up very frequently.
Okay, so that was actually the next question about, she frequently spoke about the divorce and the custody battle.
Yes, consistently throughout the entire relationship.
And did she appear distressed when she didn't have the children with her?
Sometimes, yes.
What kind of vehicle were you driving back in July 2014?
I was driving a 2004 four-door silver Nissan Sentra.
Ms. Kaplan?
No further questions.
Garcia? McBanaway?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further?
Judge, I'd like to release him to go about his business, but I'd like him to remain under the rule.
All right, you can remain under the rule of sequestration, so don't discuss the case with anyone, but you're free to go about your business. You have a phone number for him if you should
Yes,
need
sir.
it. All right, thank you. You may step down. Call your next witness.
Stephen Lutz.
Okay, so that was 2019. So just before we move on to 2022, guys, if anyone out there in the chat knows a lot about computers, hit me up on Discord because I want to talk to you. Because I was in the tech shop today and I noticed a special offer. And the special offer is for a laptop. But it ends tomorrow. That's the last day of the offer. So I have to make a decision pretty quick, whether it's a good investment or whether it's not. Is anyone like super knowledgeable about laptops? Hit us up on Discord or email truecrimemetrics@gmail.com. But Discord's better. We should have a tech section, a tech and kit section on Discord. Link in the description, guys, to Discord and all of our social networks and other links. You know the drill. You can support the channel if you want to, or just take it all for free. We don't mind. But yeah, if anyone knows about I know a lot about computers. But if anyone really knows about computers, hit us up on Discord and tell me if it's a good deal. Because it's the last day of the deal tomorrow, and now I feel like pressured. And I don't want to make if I had a few days to think about it and do research, that'd be great, but I don't, because it's the last day of the deal. And I'm thinking, oh man, if I miss the deal, then that's bad. But, if I jump too quick and it's not that great, then I'm a sucker. So I want the advice of a professional. Or not a professional. A knowledgeable individual. Whatever. Discord. Hit us up. What are we doing now? Jeff again. Jeff 2022. Let's just absorb Jeff's hair in this video.
Give them on the way back.
And compare it to 2022. So here he is now, right? And now we'll go to 2022. I don't know if we can do a side-by-side comparison. This one. Did he have a man bag in the first one? I didn't know. I didn't see. I don't think he did. Hey, Jeff, what do you keep in your purse? How many emergency tampons are in your purse, Jeff? Oh. Not for him, you know, he's just such a nice guy that, you know, if Sarah Dugan has an accident in her white skirt, Jeff will be there, you know? Jeff will be there.
Good morning. Please go up to the witness stand before you have a seat.
Did everyone see that hair? Look at that hair. The lion mane. Look at it. It's like she's out on the Serengeti. Look at her. What do you think Georgia Kappelman smells like? I think that's one of the things I'm looking forward to most. I want to sit right behind her and just breathe in like this.
Good morning. Please go up to the witness stand before you have a seat. We're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat.
Sir, please say your name and spell your name.
My name is Jeffrey Lacasse, Jeffrey Lacasse.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently an associate professor at Florida State University
How long have you been so employed?
since 2013.
All right, and I want to draw your attention back to 2014. Did you have a relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
What type of relationship was that?
She was my girlfriend for about 4 months.
When did that relationship begin?
We dated in the fall of 2013, but casually we became a serious couple, I would say, around late February of 2014.
And when did the relationship end?
Well, that's a little tricky, but in July of 2014.
All right, and during the time that you were together with Ms. Adelson, did you become aware
Hey, thanks, Neverly Darling, for that super sticker. Thank you.
of her recent divorce?
I did. On our first couple of dates, that was the topic of conversation. That's in the fall of 2013.
All right, and did you get an impression as to what type of divorce that was or how it would be characterized?
An extremely contentious divorce.
All right, and during the time that you dated her, were you aware of any specific ongoing litigation with her ex-husband?
I was, particularly in February of 2014, because Ms. Adelson would react badly as that litigation proceeded. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what specific litigation was the topic of discussion in your relationship with her?
Can you restate that, please?
Was there specific litigation that was the topic of discussion?
I recall a motion filed in February of 2014 where Danny had made some accusations that seemed serious, and Ms. Adelson reacted poorly. As a matter of fact, every time he filed something, she tended to react poorly.
Specifically, did you have knowledge through your relationship with Mrs. Adelson about a motion that had been filed by her ex-husband that was requesting that her mother not have contact with the children unless it was supervised.
Yes, I do recall that.
All right, and was that one of the items that she was really upset over?
Yes, there were many, but that was one for sure.
Okay, so fair to say she took that litigation or that filing very seriously?
Yes, she took every filing and every point in every motion very seriously, was my impression.
What about her mother, Donna Adelson? Do you have any personal knowledge as to how Donna Adelson took that particular filing about her having contact with the kids?
No, I do not.
Did you know Dan Markel?
I didn't know Dan Markel. I met Dan Markel on a handful of occasions for a few minutes on each occasion.
Any issues between the two of you?
No, I mean, he was my new girlfriend's ex-husband, so I was listening to Wendi Adelson describe him in terrible terms regularly. But in terms of us having an actual conflict, no, ma'am, never.
No negative words ever spoken between the
Oh,
two
no,
of
we
you?
were always very polite and cordial to one another when we interacted.
Were you specifically aware of the litigation concerning Wendi Adelson's desire to relocate to South Florida with her children?
Yes, that was a big topic of conversation on our first couple of dates, because it had just been denied a few months previous.
Okay. Why, if you know, did Wendi Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
She despised living in Tallahassee and wanted to live in Miami.
And what was in Miami?
Well, her parents, there's multiple reasons. Chief among those reasons would be the fact that her parents and brother were down there.
How would you characterize her relationship with her parents and brother?
Extremely close.
Did Wendi Adelson ever make a joke in your presence about her TV?
Yes, ma'am, she did. In October of 2013, the first time I had went to her house on Aqua Ridge, and we were going to watch a movie, she made a joke, which she characterized as her brother's joke, but she was the one telling it, that, her brother had looked into hiring a hitman, but a TV was cheaper. And I heard her repeat that joke at a later occasion.
All right, so you heard that joke a couple times?
At least twice, yes, ma'am.
All right. During your time in your relationship with Wendi Adelson, did you ever have any occasion to meet her family members?
Yes.
What family members did you meet?
Donna Adelson came in, I believe, October, November of 2013, and we had dinner and spoke to her very briefly.
All right. Is that the only family member?
No, I also met Donna and Harvey would travel up here, and I would have very limited small talk with them because they took care of the kids when we would go on a date. But I didn't have a lot more interaction than that because it was sort of a secretive thing they seemed secretive in nature when we would return from one of those dates. Wendi Adelson would never invite me inside the house. And when we were all in a group setting, say at the circus or downtown Get Down.
So Steven Spielberg really missed a trick here, didn't he? Jeff Lacasse and the Temple of Doom. Jeff Lacasse and the Last Crusade. What's the other one? Just see Jeff Lacasse running down a ancient temple from a huge rolling ball that's chasing him.
Wendi and I would talk. The parents would be over here.
Should I gift him a real McCoy Indiana Jones hat when I'm in Tally? Where would I get one of those? We'll have to bring up some pictures of Indiana Jones. Hang on a second. Oh my God, it's like they're twins. Hang on. Image. separated at birth or what? I'm just going to leave it up.
Here, and they just never said much to me.
All right, so they didn't have too much interest in you, it seemed.
No, they were polite but cold.
All right. And what about in Miami? Did you ever take any trips to Miami?
I did take one trip to Miami with Wendi in March of 2014.
And what family members did you spend time with on that trip?
We met with her brother, Charles Adelson, and we stayed at his house for one evening.
All right. And was that the same evening that you came to meet Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, we had dinner with Catherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson prior to going to his house, yes.
All right. And this is in March of 2014?
Yes, it was during spring break. Wendi Adelson and I had went for alternative spring break, and it was Wednesday or Thursday of that week. We traveled to Miami to meet Charles. Charles Adelson was the point.
All right. And how was Ms. Magbanua introduced to you?
I don't recall exactly the word. It was clearly a dating relationship and a fairly new one. I couldn't tell you whether he said girlfriend or not, but it was a new romantic interest.
Of Charlie Adelson?
Of Charles Adelson, yes.
All right. So the four of you have dinner in Miami, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know the date of that dinner? It's okay if you don't. Definitely March of 14?
Yes, between like March 10th and 14th of 14.
All right. And so you had dinner with was that the only time you ever had any contact with Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
All right. So you may not be able to identify her, but if you can, is she present in the courtroom today?
Oh, I can identify her. Catherine Magbanua.
Please point her out and describe what she's wearing.
Catherine Magbanua is sitting in a dark suit between her attorneys, who I recognize as Christopher DeCoste and Tara Kawas.
All right, thank you. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
You see, he's good upstairs.
When you and Wendi Adelson had dinner with Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, did you get the impression that this was the first time that Wendi had ever met Magbanua?
I got that rough impression because there was, I don't recall a great deal about that meeting, but I do remember some getting to know you talk that would have been abnormal if they had a long-standing relationship. So they were talking about their life situations and such in an introductory way. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did Wendi at any time express to you any particular enthusiasm about this woman as opposed to any of her brother's other girlfriends?
Yeah, prior to the meeting, she seemed very excited about the fact that my brother was dating Catherine.
All right. And was that surprising?
Yes, a little bit. After dinner, it seemed a little surprising. It wasn't quite what once we had dinner, it wasn't quite what I had expected given Wendy's descriptions.
All right. And had you been through this with Wendi before? Your relationship was relatively new as well. Do you have personal knowledge about the way Wendi typically reacted to Charlie's girlfriends?
I don't recall exactly that. I don't.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen at the dinner?
Well, there's two things that stuck out to me. The first one was that Wendi Adelson had kind of a complex about being a single mom because Charlie had told her that no man wants to date a single mom. So we had this conversation repeatedly. And then I show up to dinner and Charlie's dating a single mom. So that was a little surprising. The other thing that...
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Specifically
And one that's already in her 30s. A 35-year-old isn't as good as a 27-year-old. And if you're with a 31-year-old, obviously you'd rather be with a 22-year-old.
The fact that we talked about the fact that she's a single mom.
Yes.
Did it come up any information about her child's father?
Yes, exactly. So that was the second thing that was surprising, that this sticks out to me, is during that getting to know you small talk, Ms. Magbanua had mentioned that the father of her children had interactions with
I'm only going to object because this is a discovery violation. It's the first time I'm ever hearing of the statement of my client being made.
What's your objection?
It's a discovery violation. I need a Richardson hearing. I've never heard this statement of my client ever in the past 6 years of this case.
Did you have the opportunity to take his deposition?
Yes, and it wasn't mentioned.
All right, well, if it's not asked, then you can't mention it, so that's overruled. You can proceed.
Mr. Lacasse, is this the first time you've ever mentioned this statement?
It is not.
Okay, when have you mentioned it before?
I talked to Investigator Isom between March and May of 2015 because he had called inquiring about Ms. Magbanua about a year and a half before she was arrested.
Okay, and you've previously given some testimony in this matter as well?
Wait, again, please.
Have you previously given testimony in this matter, the same case?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And what statement, if any, did Ms. Magbanua make about her child's father?
Yeah. So I cannot recall every exact word. I remember references to fighting, the word police, and that he definitely had a criminal record, which didn't sound like speeding tickets. It sounded serious.
Okay. And you never had the opportunity to meet her child's father, did you?
No, I never met him.
Okay. Did Charlie participate at all in that conversation?
We were all there. We were all engaged.
But he didn't specifically say anything relevant, like,
I don't recall
hey,
anything.
I know that guy.
No,
for
I
example.
did not say anything quite like that I recall. This is
Okay.
a dinner, almost 9 years ago now. So, yeah.
I know. Do you recall who paid for dinner?
Charlie did.
And do you recall how he paid for dinner?
I do not.
All right. Do you know whether Charlie carried large amounts of cash?
I do not know if he carried large amounts of cash. Wendi mentioned the fact that he certainly stored large amounts of cash in shoeboxes in his home.
All right. And did you know, or do you know, whether or not Charlie Adelson runs a cash business?
That was what I was told by Wendi Adelson.
Okay. All right. So what happens after dinner?
After dinner, we go to yogurt, had a quick dessert, and then Miss Magbanua departed, and Wendi Adelson drove me to Charlie Adelson's house, at which point I do recall observing that she was unusually jittery and being strange. I didn't know what to make of it at the time.
And we're talking about Wendi Adelson.
Yeah, Wendi Adelson driving me to Charlie's home.
All right. So when you go back to Charlie's house, is it just you and Wendi and Charlie there?
Yes, as well as Charlie's then room.
Unusually jittery and being strange. Now, our good friend Jibs and Jabs believes that is due to the fact that the Yardbird dinner was set up as a show and tell. I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. Was set up as a show and tell for the man, if it's not yawning, it's sneezing. Set up as a show and tell for Katie to show Wendi and Charlie the hitman, and that Sigfredo wasn't there, like in a jealous, stalking rage, wanting to run over the diners in the restaurant with his pickup truck, saying to Luis Rivera, "Look, there she is with that guy," and so on, so on, so on. No, that Jibs and Jabs believes that that Sigfredo and Luis were there on orders, so that Catherine could say, "Look, there they are. Those are the hitmen that are going to do the job." I really dispute that. I don't see any logic in that at all. Sorry, Jibs. No, I totally am of the line that none of the diners, including Catherine Magbanua, saw Luis and Sigfredo in the truck. I think that's quite easily done. And there's some other explanation for Wendi being jittery, so much so that it was noticeably obscure behavior observed by Jeff Lacasse. So what would that be? What would that be? Well, we don't have all the context, so it's difficult to speculate. But if anyone wants to speculate in chat, feel free. Does anyone else think that Luis and Sigfredo were there for some show and tell? I mean, I really just don't get that at all. I don't know why that would be necessary. I don't know why Luis would hide that fact if, as he told it, Sigfredo was there because he was showing Luis and expressing how angry he was to his best friend, which I totally get. That kind of thing. I mean, we know that Katie was following fucking Sigfredo and driving past the house screaming, which is totally believable. So yeah, they were just in a really bad place in their relationship. So all I'm drawing on this point for is that there is some other reason that Wendi was jittery after the Yardbird dinner, and I'd like to open that up to the comments. If you've got an opinion on that, put an emoji of a, what could we do? Just do a lightning bolt, okay? If it's an opinion about why Wendi was jittery, put a lightning bolt in the comments and we'll read it out. That'll be great.
Roommate Jerome Obed was there as well.
All right, and that's the dermatologist?
Yes.
Okay. And so during the time that y'all were hanging out at the house after dinner, did the topic of Dan Markel come up?
It did.
In what regard?
Well, you didn't go anywhere with Wendi without hearing about Dan Markel, so it wasn't atypical, but there was talk about the divorce, the post-divorce litigation. There was negative talk about Danny. I recall Charlie getting a little heated up in the hot tub about Danny.
So y'all were in the hot tub?
We were in the hot tub.
And Charlie was expressing some negative words against Dan Markel?
Yes, strong negative words. And I also had a constant stream of comments from Wendi about what Charlie thought, that Charlie hated Danny's, guts.
Okay. I want to talk about the incident that occurred at the coffee shop on June 4th of 2014. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened at the coffee shop? Was that here in Tallahassee?
That was at Red Eye Coffee. I had met Wendi for a cup of coffee. I had an appointment in the same building later, so we just met up. And a couple of things happened on that day, but at the coffee shop, Wendi canceled a trip that we had planned for her to come meet my parents in California, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th. And she said she canceled that trip because she was concerned we wouldn't get back on the in time to pick up the kids on the 18th, which didn't make a whole lot of sense. But we then discussed rescheduling the trip. It wasn't anything I objected to strongly or anything like that, but it was weird.
The plan originally was for you to return to Tallahassee on the 17th?
Yes.
And then for her to take custody of her kids from Dan Markel on the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And she canceled the trip because why?
Because our flight might get delayed in the middle of summer and we would get stranded and not be able to be there to pick up the kids, and she had to pick up the kids on the 18th.
Okay. Did you see her later that night?
Yes, I went to her house and hung out with her and her children that night.
All right. And was there anything unusual about her behavior on the night of June 4th, 2014? Definitely.
She was a nervous wreck. And I actually traveled to the store to buy her, I believe, some Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck. She was having stomach problems. So she wasn't food poisoned. She didn't have the flu. She wasn't sick. She was just so nervous that she was having stomach problems.
All right. Tell us about the way the beginning of the end of your relationship.
Can you give me a date?
My understanding is there was a big fight on June 29th.
Yeah. So we traveled to Gainesville together. I had a work trip in Gainesville, and Ms. Adelson accompanied me. And the relationship
Mute button. Thank you, One Pariah 67. This is about why Wendi was jittery after the Yardbird dinner. One Pariah 67 says, because Jeff was the fall guy and Wendi was taking him to the wolf's house. Yeah, I mean, sometimes things are just exactly what they appear to be, and that's okay. That's okay. It doesn't need to be any big, people get so excited with this case. And no slight on those that do, like our good friend and colleague, Jibs and Jabs. But yeah, I just, I don't think there's, just because this case has so many, twists and secrets and, things are not as they appear. Sometimes they are. Right? So many coincidences. Some of the coincidences are real. Just not all of them. Like Charlie would have us believe. But maybe that really is all it is, or she's just fucking with his head again, I mean, she loves to do that too.
Relationship had been it'd been a huge roller coaster of up and down and love bombing, and I perceived a lot of manipulation and lying. And on, I guess it was the night, June 28th.
Marie Chiarello. No. Wendi never touched any money. Wendi never said anything to Katie about this. And this is coming soon, guys, in our Father's Day video, our Yardbird video, and our Uvia video. 3 big concept videos coming out soon. We're going to be, what do you call it? What do you call it when you show something is not true? It's called... What's it called? It used to be a TV show. Mythbusters, right? We're going to be busting myths because there's so much bullshit that surrounds these 3 situations. We're going to be looking at the opinions of Grish. We're going to be looking at the opinions of others and disputing them on our channel page sometime as soon as we can next week. But we've got to do some research, we've got to gather some information, we've got to gather segments of video from all over the place, so there's quite a lot involved. So I can't give you a date right now, but it's coming soon because we're on a roll, as you all know, and we've got to get this stuff out. So please do remember to subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, and get yourself some fantastic Metrix merch at merch.truecrimemetrix.com. Join us on social networks, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Discord. Patreon as well. Join us on Patreon for fantastic updates. Concept videos, yeah, Mythbusters, man. Wendi never touched any money. Wendi never spoke to Katie. And certainly not going to be exchanging money with Katie. I mean, it's just... for what reason would Wendi be handling money? There is no reason. There's zero reason for that, especially in public. Sorry, Marie. It's that's not the way it is.
That Saturday, we had a relationship conflict. We had I don't know if argument's quite the right word, but I was kind of tired of being strung along, and it was just what it felt like. I couldn't figure out why I was being strung along, but that's what it felt like, and we sort of had it out.
All right, so when was the next time you saw her after the big fight?
Well, the next day we drove from Gainesville to Tallahassee.
Harley D, you were quick off the mark with that, man. I didn't see your comment, but there it is. Yeah, Mythbusters.
So I saw her then, and I dropped her off at her house. It was a very awkward multiple-hour trip from Gainesville to Tallahassee.
All right, and did that feel like the end of the relationship at that time?
It wasn't great, but no, it didn't feel like the end. No, in fact, she said otherwise. I mean, I actually distinctly remember departing her house and her saying that this was not the end. But as I said, I felt like I was being strung along, where it was a constant roller coaster in a way that seemed purposeful and manipulative.
All right, so that takes us to June 30th of 2014, when you part ways after this sort of bad trip to Gainesville.
Yes, I dropped her off at her house on Aqua Ridge, and yeah, right.
When do you see her next after that?
I see her next July 13th, after she had spent 2 weeks in South Florida. We did have communications in that time period, but I didn't see her.
And was she in, do you know the dates that she was in South Florida?
She told me that the day after I dropped her off, which I guess is June 30th, that she had headed to South Florida and that she had returned July 30th. I don't know if that's true. That's just what she told me.
July 30th?
Excuse me. June 30th to July June 30th to July 13th. Supposedly I was seeing her upon her return to Tallahassee.
Okay.
I just don't know if that's true. I don't know what day she actually got.
Okay. She represented she'd been in South Florida, so you see her, so it's been a couple of weeks since the big fight.
Yes.
And where did you see her?
I talked on the phone in the interim, and long story short, decided to keep going, to not break up, to continue to pursue the relationship. So we had a date. I picked her up at her house, and we went to the movies and dinner.
All right. And did you return back to her residence after your date?
I did. We did.
Was there anything unusual about her behavior that evening?
Well, she made a very strange statement to me at the house.
Tell us about that, please.
Yeah, so we're walking into the house and we're having chit chat, and she says, "Can I tell something to you confidentially?" And I said, "Sure." And she said,
Charlie had a burner phone per June, so did Sig and Katie. Yeah, but that was much later. I mean, that was after the bump. I mean, June wasn't even in the picture at this point. Or did I miss the context of that, Neverly? Sorry if I did.
She tells me that last summer, when the relocation got denied, Charlie investigated multiple ways to fix this problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hit.
Yeah, this is the really important. Christina says the whole reason that Wendy's arrest is in doubt is because she insulated herself so well, people. She had no reason to implicate herself or engage with the co-conspirators that she had no regard for. Yeah, there's no involvement with Katie. There's no planning with Katie. And, I don't want to say too much right now because we've got our concept videos coming out where we're going to explain the whole thing as we see it. As we see it. As always on Metrix, there are barely any facts. There's just my reading of the situation. And I'm fine with that, But I think we're not bad at it. So look forward to that. 3 videos, concepts. Plus, we've got the charge card. Yeah, well, these are all South Florida incidents. And then we're going to do some Tallahassee concept videos. What are we going to do? I think we should go through the elements. This will include the TV, the bullet bourbon, elements. What else will it include? Elements around Murder Day. Okay, mosaic. So mosaic, bourbon, and TV. What else? It's pretty much it. That'll be another one. So four fantastic concept videos coming soon, guys. Subscribe to the channel.
Man, and that it was going to cost about $15,000. And I'm unsure if that number's 15,000 or 50,000 because they sound similar. But she told me that the previous summer, that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed by a hitman.
All right, so that would have been the summer of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and when she told you this statement, you previously characterized the TV statement as a
Hi, Ben Aaron, who is not so well versed in this case. Question: is it reasonable that Wendi actually did not conspire with the others? The Grandma Donna was behind it all for custody. No, that's not reasonable at all. You know, Wendi's interrogation, whatever we want to call it, right? It is abundantly clear. It is abundantly clear about Wendi's prior knowledge, for one, and also sheer glee, palpable through the video screen. Jane coming in. Jane having the long walk with Wendi. Wendi setting up Jeff to get jealous and look through her day planner that she left out on the table with 100 fucking lunch meetings with Daniel Sack. Oh, we had a huge fight. He flew into a rage. He's a jealous thug. Jane comes into the interrogation room amazingly. Jane, who could have done this? And are they going to come after my kids? Or me? Who's next? Is Jeff this much of a lunatic? Oh, I didn't even think about Jeff. I hope to God not. I hope to God not. I would like to speak to General Isom about a potential lead. Wow, Jeff sounds crazy when I talk about him like this. It is abundantly clear. There is no room for doubts. Okay? It is not reasonable, to answer your question, Bill Aaron, it is not reasonable to assume that Wendi actually did not conspire with the others. No, not at all, sorry. You know, and it's not even reasonable to assume that Wendi didn't set up her mother and brother to go down for it. I'm way past thinking that's a mere possibility. You know, I'm completely 100% bricks and stone sold on that. You know, look at the emails from Donna. Look how there's no reply on record, right? To Wendi. She has tiptoed her way through this. But I tell you, something that she doesn't do is get her fucking hands dirty. Handling money at a restaurant, giving it to Katie. No. You know. Several other things that people like to say. She wanted to find the body. Don't be ridiculous. Okay? This woman's hands are clean. Apart from when she knew that she would have her hands swabbed for gunshot residue. Then she didn't wash her hands all day. On purpose. Even when she went to eat. There is no room for doubt, Ben Aaron.
Joke. Was this statement also in the characterization of a joke?
No, these are two discrete, completely different things. She had a joke she would make about a TV being cheaper than a hitman. I knew that joke. This was a separate statement. This was chilling. This wasn't funny. This made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing at the time. It's completely different.
And the statement was made 5 days before the murder of Dan Markel.
That's correct.
By a hitman.
That's right.
All right, I want to talk about the next day, which is going to be July 14th, 2014, the Monday before the murder. Did you see Wendi Adelson that day?
I did. I had left the previous night by saying I had some hope for the relationship. I said, you know, if this won't work out, just send me a text, and I won't be offended by that, and we'll just move on. But she contacted me the next day and said, I really want to spend time with you. So then she canceled plans in the middle of the day, and then we went to yoga.
You went to a yoga class together?
We attended a yoga class together, the most awkward yoga session in history.
Okay. What happens after the awkward yoga session?
Well, during the yoga session, just as a 43-year-old man that's been in a few relationships, I'm thinking, okay, this looks like this is over. That's just the vibe I was getting. We walked to the car and exchanged words, and she didn't want to spend time with me Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and she had the whole week off without the kids. And then there was a couple other words exchanged, but it was clear to me it was, I thought it was over at that point, so I turned and started walking away.
Okay, and did she call you back?
Yeah, she called after me. I turned around, and she asked me, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? Because she had previously known that I was leaving for a trip to Tennessee at 11 a.m. on Friday, July 18th. And she had a series of questions about whether I was going. If I didn't go, why wouldn't I go? She, despite seemingly just breaking up with me and not wanting to see me for the next 3 days, had a deep interest in what I was going to be doing on Friday.
All right, and your plan at that time was to leave Tallahassee by plane or car?
By car at approximately 11 a.m., and Wendi Adelson and I had discussed that in some detail previously because of other plans that eventually got canceled, but she was the only person aware, other than the people in Tennessee, that that's when I was leaving.
And had you followed that plan, is it correct that you would have been departing Tallahassee and getting on I-10 at approximately the same time that the killers were?
Yes, not only that, but I would have driven within probably a couple miles of Dan Markel's house.
All right, and what type of vehicle would you have been in had you gone with that plan?
At that time, I was driving a 2004 four-door metallic gray Nissan Sentra.
All right, and are you familiar with the suspect vehicle in this case?
I am.
And would you characterize your vehicle as similar in appearance to that vehicle?
Yes, especially in profile, yes.
And are you aware that in her law enforcement interview, Wendi Adelson suggested you as a potential suspect?
I am aware of that.
And did you cooperate with the police in this case?
Yes, when I came back from Tennessee, they called me. I came in immediately and cooperated with them from the very beginning.
And were you able to provide an alibi that eliminated you as a suspect from committing this murder?
Yeah, pretty solid one. They had me on videotape at a Kmart in Tennessee a couple hours after the murder, using my credit card with my cell phone showing me there, so it was pretty good alibi.
And is that because you did not follow the plan to leave at 11 a.m. on July 18th?
That's right. I left the previous evening about between 6 and 8 p.m. I changed my plans. I didn't tell anybody except the people at the other end. I certainly didn't tell Wendi Adelson we weren't speaking, and so I was already out of the state by the time of the murder.
Do you have any knowledge about a celebration dinner that was had after the murder of Dan Markel?
I do. I eventually spoke to Wendi Adelson on the phone about 10 days after the murder. I had a couple of phone conversations with her, and in one of them, she described attending what Charlie Adelson described as a celebration dinner.
And was that the dinner where she vomited at the table?
Yeah, she said she hadn't eaten food in so long that as soon as the food hit her stomach, she started vomiting.
All right, and were these couple phone calls after the homicide the last contact that you had with Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize, Mr. Lacasse. I'm going to have to read off my laptop for my questions.
Cosmic Kitten says that as soon as Wendi is arrested, she's going to try and make a deal. I don't believe that. No, I think Wendi is fully prepared to face trial and even looking forward to it a bit. You know, I don't know what kind of deal that she would make. I mean, who she's going to give up? Everyone else has got life in prison. You know, what deal would it be, Cosmic Kitten? No, I think Wendi has always been prepared for every eventuality of whatever might happen. She's not running scared at all. She's loving this. This is a super buzz to her. You know, she looks in the mirror when she's getting ready to come into this courtroom and testify and gives herself a fucking smile. Evil smile. She loves this. This is a real buzz to her. And, you know, when she's arrested, she's coming in hot, prepped, with the best fucking lawyer money can buy. The best defense attorney that we have seen ever in this case will be representing Wendi Adelson. It's going to be a very, very different trial. And she would love nothing more than to be arrested and beat the case. She ain't making a deal. She ain't going to bend over, not even a little. I'd bet $1,000 on that right now, Cosmic.
Okay. How are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
It's been a while since we've seen each other.
A while.
Everything all right?
Everything's good.
Okay. So, Mr. Lacasse, you are testifying today in this case under not only a state subpoena, but you received a defense subpoena as well, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you're testifying more specifically to explain to this jury what you know about Wendi Adelson, right?
Among other things, yes.
Yeah. And you were dating Wendi Adelson up until... You okay? Up until 4 days...
That was a quick answer, Jeff Lacasse. Tarek Kawas is trying to shape his testimony for him. You're here to tell us about Wendi Adelson. Among other things. Super quick.
That's good.
Okay. So, Mr. Lacasse, you are testifying today in this case under not only a state subpoena, but you received a defense subpoena as well, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you're testifying more specifically to explain to this jury what you know about Wendi Adelson, right?
Among other things, yes.
Yeah. And you were dating Wendi Adelson up until... You okay? Up until 4 days before her husband was murdered.
Yes, well, that's a little tricky because Wendi Adelson had sent me an email after that yoga date saying, I need to think about things for another week. Mm-hmm. So
I think she's 10 million times more arrogant than Charlie, man. Charlie's a child. You know? Charlie's a spoilt child. Wendi is different. We went through this the other day, you know. And what does it say when I like Charlie when standing next to Wendi? You know, you give Charlie a Ferrari, a jet ski, and an Asian model, and he'll just go away and shut up, and he'll be a dick. And he'll be a dick for the rest of his life, but he'll just fuck around. He'll fuck around and he'll be flash, but he'll just, you know, he'll just get on with it. On the jet ski, in the Ferrari with the Asian model. You know, yeah, I think Wendi is beyond arrogant. I mean, way beyond.
Please don't contact me until the following week. So when the murder happened, I was in a state of limbo as far as the relationship, even though I had a pretty bad feeling that, you know, this was over. Obviously, it's not good to get an email like that. But for some reason, she wanted us to be technically in limbo for another week was my perception.
So it was kind of like a soft breakup, like it wasn't definitive, but hold on for a week until I get back to you kind of vibe.
Well, it was more, that's correct, ma'am, but it was more than that. It was bizarre.
Was that the kind of vibe? Was that the kind of vibe? A 2001 black Lexus with 100,000 miles on the clock.
Because we just had 2 weeks apart to think about things, and I could not figure out why she would want to drag it out for one more week at the time.
And you'd characterize her behavior at this time as being strange, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you previously said that if there was someone aside from her parents that spent a lot of time with her leading up to the murder, it was you.
In the spring of 2014, yes, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and you had previously told the detective that during the 9 months you were dating, you were spending about 80 to 90% of your nights with Wendi, right?
I don't recall saying 80 to 90% of my nights. Wendi was frequently in South Florida, and frequently traveling for business and things like that. So Wendi wasn't even in Tallahassee 70, I don't know percentage of the time, but she was infrequently here, actually. So I spent a lot of time with her, but not so much in the fall, to be clear, and much more in January through June.
And would it be...
Listen, I just need to skip and see if there's an answer to this question, but we need it answered, Cosmic Kitten, okay? Everyone's in suspense. I mean, assuming that Wendi is arrested before Harvey, everyone else, all co-conspirators, have already got life in prison. So you think that the state is going to accept a deal for Wendi, who's 46-ish, 45, 46, they're going to make a deal with her to give her a break on her sentence for her to help the state prosecute a man who's like 81 years old? Come on. That doesn't make any sense. That's the only possible... I mean, I don't think they'd even offer that, right? No deal from the state. Georgia wants Wendi. Wendi has come into Georgia's courtroom and made a fucking mockery of her, right? It's personal between them, right? They're both lawyers. They both know the standards of proof, the standards of evidence, and Wendi is fucking, what is the word? Gloating? Like, she's just ridiculing Georgia. It's personal. And perhaps it shouldn't be, but it is. You think that the state is going to say, hey, Wendi, if you help us put away this guy in his 80s, then we'll give you a break on your sentence? Come on. What other deal is there? What deal is there going to be? Can you answer the question? I mean, let's think about it. What else could it be? I'm just scanning down the comments. And I'm 50 in on something else, but forgot that one. The whole story. They've got the whole story. They've got the whole story. And the whole story, they're not in it for the whole story. They're in it to prosecute the people that are culpable. And, I can see Harvey never getting touched. He's the furthest removed, and he'd probably die before trial. You put an 80 by the time he's arrested, 82, 83. You put him in jail for a year, 18 months, 2 years. I mean, what's the fucking point? I can really see the state not bothering with Harvey. He's the furthest removed of anybody. You could say that Wendy's the furthest removed, but she had, there's a shitload of evidence against Wendi, and it's not like fingerprints or handling money or text or well, maybe some texts. We might see some texts come out, but she's very careful with that sort of stuff. But when you see all of the little bits and pieces as a whole, it's very compelling. And Georgia knows how to put that across, right? Fuck knows why she hasn't been arrested already. I don't see any deal. I don't see Wendi wanting to make a deal at all. That would be to concede defeat. That she doesn't do that. Wendi doesn't concede defeat. You show me one example where she's ever let anything go. She's relentless. She's got the best lawyer that money can buy. She is fully fucking prepped. I mean, she's had coaching and acting lessons, psychology lessons. She is so prepped. And personally, I feel like she would love the challenge, right? I think she's the only one of the Adelsons smart enough to not take the stand in her own defense. And remember, everything that she's said so far on the stand doesn't fucking matter. What the previous juries think doesn't matter. This will be her trial. There's no deal. She's not going to want to make a deal. And even if she did, Georgia wouldn't want to offer her one. And even if Georgia did want to offer her one, the only thing that could possibly be is, hey, help us prosecute an 85-year-old man who, even if he survives trial and sentencing and gets sentenced to life, he'll, in the best case scenario, do 2 years in state prison before he dies, which is nothing. I mean, there's no... in terms of what is valuable to the state, to, what is the point of a prosecution? Well, it's to protect the public, right? It's to punish the actions, and it's to give society a feeling of retribution. Putting an 85-year-old man in prison for 2 years, does that protect the public? He's just going to be watching TV until he dies. Does it punish bad behavior? Okay. There's that. That's valuable for 2 years before he dies. And then retribution for the public. Retribution for the public is Wendi going to prison forever at age 45. And doing 30 years before she dies, or 40 years before she dies. That's more valuable. There's no way the state is going to exchange Wendi's life term so she can help put Harvey away. That's not happening. And, to give the whole story, they have the whole story. They're fleshing it out through these trials. There's no whole story. There's no one else involved. There's no one else to give up. That having the story isn't valuable in and of itself without the things I just mentioned. Protect the public, punish the actions, and give society a feeling of retribution. We'd all love the story, but we'd never get the truth out of her. Never. Not at all. There's no deal. Sorry, Cosmic Kitten. I love you, but I gotta shoot you down on that one.
Is it fair to say that any night that she didn't have the kids with her when she was free, she'd spend those nights with you?
A lot of them, not all of them.
Oh. And at that time you didn't have any kids of your own?
Correct.
Okay. And you saw firsthand how hard it is to be a single mother, right?
Yes.
From Wendi. And Wendy's different because she has a lot of help.
When her parents were in town, she had a lot of help. When she traveled to South Florida, she had a lot of help. When she was on her own, it was sometimes difficult. Yes, ma'am.
And Danny, or Professor Markel, he wasn't an absentee father, was he?
No.
Not at all, right?
No.
So she also had him actively helping her out as well, too, with the care of the boys.
Well, she had a standing offer from Professor Markel to see the children more often and to be more actively involved than was strictly, allowed by the court paperwork. Yes, if that's what you mean.
Did you ever get the feeling that Wendi would use her children as almost like tools to get on Mr. Markel's nerves or to, upset him in any way?
I hate to say this about a mother, but I saw her doing that in multiple domains, including as bait for me. I mean, I saw her doing that in multiple domains, yes.
And you got close to the boys too, right?
I did. And whenever we had a fight or a problem, Wendi always invoked the children. That was her...
her go-to excuse?
That was her way to continue stringing me along, it felt like, because I had grown very close to the children.
And let's talk about her parents.
Yes.
Now, they live in South Florida at the time, right?
Correct.
You ever made that drive before?
Yeah, I made that drive a few times.
It's about 7 hours, right?
Yes, it's a drive.
It's a long, treacherous drive,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I only say that because Florida is just a very, not too much to see. It's just flat going straight for 7 hours, right?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that her parents, anytime they would want Wendi to come down with the boys, they would actually drive up to Tallahassee, pick her up, and drive her back down?
That's what she reported. I want to be cautious because I know her to be a person that doesn't always tell me the truth, but that's what I was told, yes.
Well, you just brought me into a whole new line of questioning.
Okay.
Let's talk about her ability to tell the truth.
Okay.
You know her very well. You were dating her for a long time.
Well, a few months, seriously, but go ahead.
How would you describe her when it's, trying to determine whether or not she's telling the truth?
I found her to be a deeply deceitful person and not that great at it. That was my impression.
Would she occasionally just put on a show, try to get people to feel sorry for her?
Wendi adopted the victim role as her default social role, her way of getting attention, sympathy, etc., yes.
Did she play the victim role to you about how awful Danny was to her?
Yes.
And did she constantly complain about that, what a terrible person he was to her?
Endlessly, yes.
Okay, and this is, of course, the only information you're getting from this is through Wendi Adelson's mouth, right?
95% of it. I mean, I also live in Tallahassee. We have a community. I heard some other things. But she had managed to persuade most of the rest of the community that what she was saying was true at the time. So, yeah.
So, would you say she did that frequently? Like she'd speak openly about how upset she was with her divorce?
Yes, it was the top of conversation. If we went to dinner with friends, that's what we were going to talk about. Frankly, it got old.
And she worked at the same place he did, right?
Yes, they both worked at the College of Law.
So she was disparaging him amongst his colleagues as well, too, right?
I can only, as far as what I witnessed, yeah, we went to dinner with some law professors where she did that sort of.
And she'd actively talk badly about her divorce in front of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, one thing that Wendi was very vocal to you about during their relationship was how much she hated Tallahassee, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was almost a daily conversation, how much she hated living here.
Yeah, Danny was part one, How Bad Tallahassee was part 2. That was the plot of every day, basically.
And that's why you kind of say it started to get old, because those are basically the things that you would talk about over and over and over again.
Yes.
Okay. And she blamed Dan Markel for being stuck in Tallahassee. There's no question about that.
No, she did blame.
She blamed Dan Markel for being stuck in Tallahassee, and she blamed Donna for being with Dan Markel. Ergo, she blamed Donna for being stuck in Tallahassee. And Donna owed her. You fix this. You know, I'm not saying that was said, definitely wasn't, but that was Wendy's feeling. You did this. It was on your advice and promise. You fucked this up. You fucked my life up, and you're fixing it. And if you go down, it's your own fucking fault. If you can't cover your tracks, it's on you. And it's what you get for meddling in my fucking life with that fucking clueless clown of a brother of mine. Fuck the pair of you. And I'm taking all the money. And that is exactly how it is.
Well, she blamed Dan Markel for getting her stuck in Tallahassee, yes.
Had you ever heard her say that if something happened to him, she'd be able to go home?
Yeah, on that night that I related to Miss Kappelman, July 13th, part of that conversation was if anything ever happened to Danny, she would probably, she would return to South Florida.
Now, and that's actually what happened in this case, right?
It's exactly what happened in this case a week later. Yeah.
As soon as he was murdered, less than a week later, she was in South Florida.
That's my understanding.
Right. Now, you love living in Tallahassee, right?
I love Tallahassee, yeah.
All right. And you chose to move here from Phoenix.
I did.
Didn't she think you were crazy from leaving Phoenix, a bigger city, than coming here?
I don't know if she said I was crazy, but it was, I'll put it this way, it was not possible to persuade her that Tallahassee had some redeeming attributes, and also that this wasn't the rest of her life, that, at some point she would be able to leave when the children were older, that, it was a very immature sort of take on it.
And you tried sometimes to, highlight the wonderful things about Tallahassee to her, but was that a fruitless effort?
That was always unsuccessful. I mean, I did my best, but it was like talking to a wall. She wrote a book where she shreds Tallahassee. She really doesn't like Tallahassee.
Isn't it true that she thought that she was better than the people that lived in Tallahassee?
Yeah.
And
he enjoyed that, didn't he?
Tallahassee was unsuccessful. I mean, I did my best, but it was like talking to a wall. She wrote a book where she shreds Tallahassee. She really doesn't like Tallahassee.
Isn't it true that she thought that she was better than the people that lived in Tallahassee?
Yeah.
And did you ever catch her crying uncontrollably because she felt that she was stuck here?
Hey, look, Silver Fox. Did you get your name from us, Silver Fox? That's what we called General Isom for a while, the Silver Fox. Cool. We've inspired a YouTube username. Fantastic stuff. Or is this General Isom? It's him.
Multiple crying episodes. Yes, she would cry sometimes because she was stuck here. She also used to cry, especially in the months preceding the murder, for no reason that I could discern.
It was just crying. Did you ask her and she just wouldn't give you an answer?
Yeah, that was Wendy's typical pattern, to be very non-specific.
Okay. And then, so I've already asked you these. Did Wendi explain to you that Danny was emotionally abusive to her?
She used that term very frequently, and at the time, as the boyfriend, I sort of accepted that.
You were taking what she said as true?
Yes, it's a new relationship. But in retrospect, I can't think of a single thing she ever described that I would consider emotionally abusive.
She did tell you once, though, that, she felt this was emotionally disturbing to her, that Danny would make her sit in silence if they were to drive down to South Florida. she would drive, he would be in the passenger seat doing work, and that she would complain to you that that's something he would do, would make her sit in silence on the 7-hour drive.
Yeah, she said he did that one time, and I don't know if that's true or not, but she did say that, yes.
And to be clear, this is just coming from Wendi Adelson. You have no evidence to support that what she's telling you is the truth.
I don't.
Okay. Now, did she describe him as a complete control freak?
Yeah, Silver Fox is an asshole, unfortunately. Cool name. You don't deserve it. Goodbye.
Sorry.
That rings a bell.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did she ever describe him as an absentee father to you?
What she described was that during the marriage, he was not quite as involved with the children and arguably would meet that label. And then after the divorce, became very engaged with the children, which instead of seeing that as a positive, she saw as a rather annoying inconvenience that he wanted his share of the time with the kids.
Now, Wendi was in her mid-30s when you two were dating back in 2014, right?
That's right.
Would you describe her as being self-sufficient?
No, I think I described her in past police interviews as a highly dependent person who seemed to struggle with adult decision-making and would often seek advice on things that you might expect from a 15-year-old or 18-year-old, but not a woman in her mid-30s. So that's right.
Okay. And did your relationship with Wendi, was it so tumultuous that you actually ended up having to see a therapist about your relationship with her?
That's correct.
Would you also describe her as having a public persona, being one way in public and another behind closed doors?
Yes, superficially charming, but I'd reported to the police that just a characteristic I found disturbing. We would have dinner with some people, the door closes, and people gossip, but it was like a 180 flip, and it would be vicious and very mean-spirited at a level that...
Completely different from how she was a moment before.
Yes, not a way I talk about people, yeah.
Okay. Now, and you'd say she's a good actress, she's good at putting up a facade for people. Now, she's also admitted to you that she has lied in a deposition before, right?
Well, that's tricky because she may have lied about lying in a deposition.
Okay. But she told that to you, right?
She did, but my understanding is she lied about that.
Jeff gets a lot of laughs on the stand, doesn't he? Like it was the most awkward yoga session in history. Well, that's tricky because she may have lied about lying when she lied in a deposition. She's a liar.
So there's lies on top of lies.
So it could be a lie about a lie.
And maybe a lie about, yeah, it gets real confusing with, but it brings up an important point. She really enjoys mind games, and so I think that might have been a little bit of a mind game. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so she may have just been throwing that out for some other ulterior purpose.
I don't know why she would disclose to me that she lied in a legal proceeding as an officer of the court and then turn out not to have lied in it. I mean, I got 100 stories like that.
No,
I mean,
and I would ask you, it would be as an attorney.
Yes.
I mean, it would be a violation of her ethical duties as a lawyer to lie on the oath, right?
Right, but then I go to the police in my first interview and I go, well, I really got one for you. She told me she lied in a deposition, and my understanding is she didn't. So there's a plotting kind of thing going on here.
All right. So have you previously described her as a pathological liar?
Yes.
Now let's talk about the one time that you came down to Miami.
Yes.
And met Charles Adelson.
Yes.
Okay, so let's be clear. You met Charles Adelson once.
Correct.
You met Catherine McBanwell once.
Yes.
All right, and that was on that date that we talked about.
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about that. So, because that dinner that night ended up getting a little strange when you guys went back to Charlie's house, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Now describe for the jury, because they don't know anything about this restaurant. Describe Yardbird, because it's a restaurant that's on South Beach, correct?
Yeah, it's on South Beach. We were outside on a patio. You probably know Yardbird better than I have. Only been there once. It's a very nice restaurant.
They have all type of American-based food.
Yes. Yeah.
And you said something important. You were sitting outside.
We were sitting outside.
Okay. You and Wendi got there before Charles, right?
That sounds right, but I don't remember for sure.
Okay. And if we had text messages between, for example, Charles and Wendi that would indicate you guys were outside, those would be reliable, waiting for them to get there, right?
I mean, that sounds right.
Okay. And he meets up with you there, and then Catherine meets up, and that's when you guys get introduced.
Right.
You remain outside while you're having dinner, right?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say, I mean, I know what Yardbird looks like, but the members of the jury do not. So where the patio is, it's right at a four-corner intersection, if I'm saying that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be cars across the way, correct?
Yes.
Cars parked to the right, cars parked to the left.
Yes.
But you're all clearly visible sitting down outside, correct?
Oh, sure. Yes.
Okay. So you're sitting there with Wendi,
Yes.
and Charles is sitting beside Catherine. Was he behaving as if, that's his girlfriend and stuff like that?
Well.
And I'm only asking because, if someone from the outside were just watching, would it appear that she was having a good time with her boyfriend?
I mean, it's a hard question for me to answer because it's been so long.
Yeah.
It does. You'd have to know Charlie. I mean, I don't know how. I met him the one time. Most of this dinner was Charlie informing us about the world. He's talking a lot. So I don't know how he acts with girlfriends or women he's dating, but go ahead.
And that's kind of important because it's the first time you're meeting him, right?
Right.
Tell the jury how much he talks.
Oh, you don't talk to Charlie Adelson. He wasn't to Charlie Adelson. I mean, I never say anything quite like it.
Right? Isn't he dominates the entire conversation?
He dominated that conversation. I don't remember what was said at that conversation, but there was interaction in that conversation. There was other people talking. I mean, I don't want that to be taken too far because Charlie was certainly a character and someone I had a bad feeling about immediately, honestly, but it wasn't like 99% was just Charlie talking.
Yeah, of course.
Him and Katie were relating things they had done together. I don't remember the specifics 8 years later, but yeah.
And you had said on direct examination, he introduced Katie to you as his girlfriend.
I don't remember him saying the word girlfriend.
But like you said, we was talking about how things that they had done before, that it was obvious to you that they were dating, right?
Yeah, and then it was fairly new, yeah.
Okay. It wouldn't be too smart for him to be introducing people if he's conspiring them, right?
Can you restate that?
It wouldn't be very smart of him to be introducing someone he's conspiring with to commit murder to other people, right?
I mean, I'm not an investigator. I'm not an expert on what's smart when conducting a criminal conspiracy.
So let's talk about now so you're all sitting outside. It was nighttime, right?
Very early evening. This was like a pretty early dinner. The sun was still out.
Okay, but going into evening, kind of like how the sun here, like it doesn't, especially around this time, It doesn't set
between 4 and 6. I don't remember exactly.
Oh.
Okay, so it wouldn't be any problem if.
Hey, we just crossed into 200 viewers, guys. Nice. I think that's the most we've had all night. Good job, guys. Good job. Please do leave a like on the video, guys. Remember to like, share, leave a comment. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already, because this week, we've got concept videos, Uvia dinner, Yardbird dinner, Father's Day weekend. That's enough for 1 week. I don't know if we're going to get through all of that, but yeah, please do come back, subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com. What are we doing after Jeff Lacasse? We've got a little treat planned, a little Metrix treat. This hasn't been released yet on our channel or anywhere else. How about that? I think it's going to be a first-time view for everybody in the chat, in this live, right here. Brand new interview concerning the murder of Professor Markel, right? Someone that no one has seen before. Where did we get it? Well, we got it from the Tallahassee Police Department, who sent it to us.
Anybody that was around to be seeing you guys having dinner.
No, sure.
You leave that restaurant and then you all go collectively to get some ice cream.
Yeah, but
yogurt.
I don't have real clear memories of that, but we walked to a yogurt place, and that wasn't very long, and then we headed to Charlie's house.
Now, how did you guys get to Charlie's house? Were you and Wendi in the car by yourself?
Wendi had driven a rental down from Tallahassee, and she was driving.
So Charles got into his own vehicle and drove and met you back at the house?
Yes.
Okay. And so you and his house is in Fort Lauderdale, correct?
Yeah, he's on Well Harbor, that's right.
So it would be at least a 14-minute drive, 45 minutes, just if you can remember. It's not a quick 10-minute drive.
It wasn't like 5-10 minutes. It was a ways.
Okay, and then so you go up to the house and you and Wendi go inside, right?
That's right.
Now, Catherine doesn't come back to Charles's house, right?
No, Catherine returned to her own house.
She went back to her own home.
Yeah.
But then Charles comes back, and then you, Charles, and Wendi all sit down in the hot tub.
Right, I think we talked otherwise as well, but we spent a couple hours in that hot tub, yeah.
Okay, and this is where I think you said this is when he starts talking about some very weird things, right?
Yes.
Okay, he was very braggadocious, is a word you've used?
He was.
And wasn't he kind of like talking about inappropriate, for example, he was talking about inappropriate sexual things he's done with girls, was one of the things he talked about, right?
Yeah, that one in front of your sister, yeah, I was fairly stunned by him talking about sexual sadism in front of his younger sister, yeah.
You're sitting right there, he's kind of talking to you, but this is things he's discussing in front of his sister, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he also talked about going on trips and sleeping with young girls in other countries, right?
Don't think that was in the hot tub. That was information related from Wendi to me during the relationship.
Okay, sorry, I apologize. But she was aware of that. Like, she's telling you how her brother is? That he goes to other countries and sleeps with really young girls?
Yeah, and she's supposedly a human trafficking activist, so it's pretty bizarre.
Okay. And he also talked to you at this, and in this hot tub, when you guys are talking, did he come across as being like, trying to brag that he was a person that has friends on two sides of the tracks?
Yeah, that's a nice summary overall. I don't remember a lot of the specific details, but he was more street smart or more street, if you know what I mean by that, I would have expected from a millionaire Miami dentist, yes.
Okay, and was he doing that more in the hot tub than how he was when he was at dinner with everybody?
I don't remember much of the dinner, so I can't really make a comparison.
Okay, but the hot tub incident kind of stands out.
The hot tub stuck out, yeah.
Okay, and did you describe him as being very cocky, arrogant, and narcissistic?
Yes.
Okay, and he also talked about and this is the first time he's met you. He was talking about what he does with his finances, right?
Yes, he was bragging about financial crimes, essentially.
Basically like, I'm a dentist by day, but I also dabble in these other things that I'm not supposed to.
Yeah.
And was bragging to you about that.
Yes.
What kind of impression did that leave with you?
Well, when Danny Markel was murdered, I went to the police immediately and said, you need to be investigating Charles Adelson. I said that on the 3 days after he was murdered. So.
And that is what I wanted to talk to you about. So, you only met him once, and the first time that you heard that the police wanted to talk to you, you immediately... Now, let's talk about that. How did you find out that the police would like to ask you some questions about what's going on?
I was called. He was murdered on July 18th.
Right.
I was on my way back down south to Tallahassee, and I received a call from TPD asking me to come in, and I actually drove straight to the station.
When they called you on your phone, and did they identify themselves as
Yes.
the Tallahassee Police Department?
Yeah, Investigator Corey Hill.
Hill. Okay. And he actually said, I'm with the Tallahassee Police Department, and we would like you to come in and answer some questions, right?
Something to that effect.
Did they tell you what it was about?
I don't recall, but I don't know that he needed to.
Okay. Oh, had you heard already what had happened?
Yeah.
Okay. So you immediately went there, but they kind of like, gave you the option and invited you to come in, right?
They
didn't go and arrest you.
They did not arrest me.
Okay.
No.
And when you first came into your first meeting with Corey Hill, he started out the meeting by saying, hey, listen, we're working to exclude you as a suspect.
Yes, we had a conversation about excluding me. And the impression I got was that, and I guess I've born a sense that they already done some investigating, with my cell phone and so forth, so that the investigation of me had reached a point where that was just, that we're at the point where they were trying to exclude me. That's right.
Now, they haven't heard from you yet, right?
They
haven't heard from you yet. Like, you haven't provided them any information yet.
No, they haven't, but my cell phone shows me in another state when he's murdered, so.
But at that time, though, you hadn't realized Wendi had kind of named you or implied that you could have been a suspect in this case, right?
I didn't realize that when I was heading into the station. By the time I left the station,
So it's pretty clear.
I mean, no one said that word for word, but I'm not stupid, and I could tell pretty quickly that, like, yeah.
You'd agree with me, people don't have to say things directly sometimes. You can just leave little crumbs and you can pick up on what they're trying to get at, right?
I mean, yeah, sometimes, and I mean, I'll say this: I was never quite sure until I was able to view Wendy's interrogation video, in which case it became 100%.
Okay.
I suspected that previously. I thought maybe, but once I saw her video, there it is in black and white.
Now, you, even though now you know they considered you as a suspect, you walked into a room at Tallahassee Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And they reported you, right?
Yes.
I mean, now we don't have to go back in 2014 to wonder what it was that you said.
Right, I guess.
It's
yeah.
there in black and, well, not black and white, but
Yeah,
in color. So,
yeah, my first interview was video recorded, the first interview I did with them, yeah.
So was the second one, right?
You mean the one, the 21st?
I have July 21st, July 23rd,
Sorry.
and March 6th.
Yeah, so I had a videotaped interview the 21st. I had a videotaped interview the 23rd where I came back and added Wendi to the list of people I thought they should be investigated.
Okay. But on that first day, even though you'd only met him once, you thought it was imperative for you to tell these detectives, if you're going to look at someone, you need to look at her brother.
I did that reluctantly. I was worried about my safety, but I did. That's right. That's correct. Yeah.
You were even in that point, even though you'd only met him one time, asked if you could speak to them off the record, right?
Yeah, I got a feeling about Charlie. I had a bad feeling.
And explain to the jury, it wasn't that, oh, you know, I want to tell you something that, you know, may be bad for me. I'm scared that Charlie may come back and do something if I call him out.
Yeah, it's also just caught in the crosshairs of a criminal investigation, which is like being thrown into a weird movie. It's a very bizarre sort of thing. I didn't know how realistic that threat would be, but I thought Charlie was potentially a dangerous person.
And this was, like I said, and I'm going to stress it, only after meeting him once.
Yeah, about 4 hours is all it took.
Oh, 4 hours. All right. So now going back to, I want to talk about those dates leading up to when you guys, when Professor Markel was murdered.
Yes.
So you talked about the trip to Gainesville, and this is when things started to get weird with the fighting between you and Wendi, correct?
Correct. That's when the big disagreement was, yes.
Okay, and then on the drive back, you had described that as the most awkward drive ever?
Yes.
Okay, and so you return to Tallahassee, and the next day, she leaves to Miami.
That's what you told me she was doing, yeah. I assume that happened.
So on July 1st of 2014, she would have been in Miami, as best as you can recollect.
Yes.
Okay. And all the way up until July 13th.
Yes.
All the time she's texting with you, communicating with you while she's in Miami, right?
Yeah, we had 5 to 10 communications, some phone calls, some video chats with the kids. She was cleaning out her childhood room in Coral Springs. I remember video chatting with her and the kids. So yeah, that's right.
Nothing in those communications indicated to you that something was amiss? That she was going to probably come back and the next day ask to take a week break?
Oh, I mean, we had some heart-to-hearts. I got these long emails. She kept, this is what I'm talking about, being strung along. This is what I'm referring to. It would make sense. You have the big fight, you break up. It wasn't like that. I'm getting texts that say, I miss you. I'm getting 1,000-word emails. We're having video chats with the kids. We're on the phone, and it seemed like we were going to work things out, which is why that breakup date is so hard to pin down.
Which is why it was so odd to you.
It's extremely strange.
So she gets back to Tallahassee, and on the Monday before Dan Markel is killed, that's when you guys have dinner, right?
What's the calendar date, ma'am? I know it is the 13th.
The 13th.
The 13th is the dinner.
Sorry, I tried to go back 5 from...
So that's, July 13th we had dinner and saw a movie, that's correct.
Okay. And you watched the movie Neighbors.
We did.
Excellent movie. Okay. And another thing she did that was, and you had spoken to the Miss Kappelman about this, is that she specifically, after you guys broke up...
Leslie Ballinger says, what the fuck was Kawas trying to achieve going down this path? Well, it's difficult to know, isn't it? But I think at large she is trying to outline how the police treated Jeff more fairly than they did Katie. They didn't give Katie... She's trying to say that they didn't give Katie a chance to explain her whereabouts. You managed to show the police your location on that day. You know, they asked you for receipts. They didn't assume that you were the killer. You know, so that she's trying to say to the jury that the police didn't give Katie a chance like they gave Jeff a chance to explain away. But of course, you know, the big thing that she's missing is that the police have been monitoring Katie's phone and, like, you know, have been really doing all of their investigation, I mean, without letting her know, and have determined her guilt. And they never needed to do that with Jeff because he was able to show his non-involvement and innocence quite clearly early on. So there was no need to indulge in an investigation. That's what she's trying to do, very badly. I mean, she's not a good attorney. She's not a good attorney.
Or after the yoga session on the Tuesday, that she specifically asked you about your travel plans on Friday.
That's correct.
Okay, and you actually thought that was strange because you're getting the vibe that we're breaking up, but now you're asking me where I'm going to be on Friday at 11 a.m.
Which is why I went to the police on July 23rd and highlighted that as the first of many suspicious things I thought they needed to know.
And you'd agree with me that at the time when you first spoke to the police, and I mean it's common sense, that your memory of the details of everything that went on in 2014 were better in 2014.
Mostly, although I also... Mostly.
Like if we went into details about what you did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
No.
You'd know back then better than you do now.
As far as memory, yes, but I also reviewed all my text messages and emails when I came back and talked to the police a few months later, and that did raise things that I did not remember in July.
And so you would agree with me that first time you probably weren't properly equipped to give them all the details. You needed to go back and review things, right?
I think I gave them the important details on those first 2 days, which is Charlie and Wendi Adelson need to be investigated, but there were other details that I uncovered as I thought about it. It's also a pretty traumatic situation. It takes a little bit to get your head on straight, to think straight, obviously.
Now, so you leave Thursday, but you never tell Wendi that you're leaving on Thursday, right?
No, I did not.
So as far as she knew, you were leaving on Friday at 11 a.m.
Yes.
All right. And you'd agree with me that had it not been for your credit card receipts, the Walmart video, and other things, you probably could be sitting at a table between two lawyers, right?
I mean, if I had left town without a cell phone, not entered a store, not used a credit card, things could have been more complicated. But this was in 2014. It's a pretty unlikely scenario, it seems like to me. I worried that there was an effort made to, make it look as if. But there was also 10 other reasons that would have, that word exculpatory. There's 10 other reasons why I couldn't have done it that we didn't even have to go to because we had this videotape of me and it came.
You didn't even have to go there because they gave you the opportunity to give everything over and for you to,
They gave you the opportunity like they didn't Catherine Magbanua. That's the whole thing, which is really weak. It's just like stupid.
Explain your side of the story, right?
Well, they filed search warrants. It wasn't,
They got a search warrant again?
That's
Did they tell you that before they spoke?
My understanding is they had search warrants for cell phones and financial records, or some sort of court paperwork. I'm not a lawyer, but it wasn't as simple as I show them your cell phone and let you walk away. I showed them that to show, look, I didn't do it, and they did additional investigation after that.
Okay, but you'd agree with me that had you had to get those things, I don't know, maybe 2-3 years after, they may have disappeared. There probably may not have been a video. If your cell records, for example, if you have Sprint, they only hold them for 2 years, right?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, but At the time, it's when you probably should be gathering as much evidence as possible before, it goes stale or expires, right?
Again, I'm not a criminal investigator, and
I'm only asking based on common sense.
Well, I hope I have some common sense. I mean, but maybe I don't. I'm a college professor. It doesn't always go together. That sounds right, but I worry that I'm giving you opinion based on no expertise on law enforcement or investigations whatsoever.
He's a fucking comedian. He's got about 5 different giggles from the jury. And the attorneys. Georgia Kappelman loves him.
I want to stick to what I know.
No, and I appreciate that, Mr. Lacasse, because I don't want anything to come across. I want
Not
to
an
be
expert.
able to explain 100% to the jury. Now, another thing I wanted to make clear is that statement, the joke that Wendi made about, oh, my brother had joked about looking into hiring a hitman, but got me this TV as a divorce president was cheaper, right?
Well, that's the joke, not what I would call the chilling statement.
Right. I'm talking about the joke.
Yes.
She told you that he said that the summer that they were divorced, right?
Say that again, please.
That would have been in the summer of 2013, correct?
I don't know when the joke started. If Wendi told a joke once, she was one of those people, you probably hear it 10 more times, so I don't know how long she's been telling that joke, how many times she told it.
But you'd agree with me that if, based on what she's saying to you, that it would have been around the time of the divorce that he made that representation or
I
joke.
just don't know when she started telling that joke, although I heard it for the first time in October of 2013.
Okay, and you have no idea when he met Miss McBanwell, right?
Who's he?
Charlie.
Charlie. No, I don't know when they met.
And that one time that you were sitting there with Charlie, did he at all, I think you had mentioned it, he was vocal too? They were talking about Dan Markel in the hot tub?
He made some comments about Dan Markel that I can't recall word for word, but it was clear he was not a fan. He was very upset with Dan Markel. Yes.
Now, when you said Katie had referenced talking about her ex-husband, right? Or ex-boyfriend, however she referred it, father of her kids.
Yes, she and I recounted the little that I recall, which is that
of course.
He had a criminal record and the word fighting, the word police, and that's all I remember. It seemed fairly serious.
Did it come across that she was still with him, or was she speaking about him like he was her ex?
I don't think I know the answer to that question.
Okay, and that's a fair response.
Yeah.
I'm just asking what you remember.
I'm trying to separate what I know from what I've heard since, and I don't think I would know.
Okay, and the things she had said was he has a criminal record, issues with the police. Did she mention anything about the fact that he was on drugs? Anything like that sound familiar?
You know, I really wish I could remember every word
course.
from that conversation. It seems important now. I can't. But to your prior question, clearly Charlie was dating
Katie.
Catherine now, so I didn't get the impression that she was still with the father of her children, but there was some sort of ongoing relationship due to the kids in custody, and there was a mention of some kind of court thing. I don't know what it was. So there was obviously still some sort of social connection, but I don't think they were dating.
Kind of like Wendi and Danny, right? Like if we were to look at, your phone records and Katie's phone.
Okay, Leslie Ballinger says, if Wendi tries to make a run for the border, she will be picked up on the Border Patrol cameras at the checkpoints at Sarita, Texas, or Falfurrias, Texas. They have banks of cameras. There's no way she's making a run for the border, okay? She is prepared. She is prepared to go to trial. She's been preparing for that eventuality. She is not going to run. She's not going to make a deal. She wants, I suppose she would prefer not to be arrested, but if she is, or when she is, she will want the challenge to beat Georgia at her own game. There's no running to the border. There's no deal.
Not Katie, on Wendy's phone records. At the time you were dating her, right? She'd be in constant communication with you, correct?
Oh, well, that's funny. Wendy was notorious for not returning texts or phone calls, so.
But there'd be a lot of communications from you to her, though.
No, there would be communications both ways, to be fair. Sure. I don't know what you would consider a lot, but yeah, we're dating. There's going to be communications.
And there should be communications between her and the father of her kids, right?
That was an issue I think that was actually headed into court on what basis that was allowed when he could text her. They had a parenting coordinator. She was protesting. So I think I don't have personal knowledge of that. That was actually a contentious issue. Is how much should he be allowed to contact her was an issue in contention.
He wanted more, but it didn't suggest that he had no contact with them, right?
No, not that he had no contact, but she wanted as limited contact with him as possible, given that they were divorced. And I think Professor Markel was trying to be more collaborative as, co-parenting in that situation. So I remember situations where she would get a text and very upset that he texted her, for example. So.
Do you recall anything unusual about Charlie when Katie was talking about her ex?
No.
Did he say anything like, I don't know that guy?
I wish I could remember that conversation. I told you everything I could remember about that conversation.
All right. Can I have one more, Aaron?
Right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lacasse. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold on one second. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Lacasse, you were asked about the dinner. We talked about it on direct as well, where you met Kathy Magbanua and Charlie Adelson for the first time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and they appeared to be dating at that time.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us the date, or is there anything that would refresh your memory of the date of that dinner?
It was during spring break 2014.
Okay, so sometime in that.
Like March 10th to 14th. Honestly, I think I've said it before. I've just forgotten it today. I apologize.
That's okay. I just wondered if there was anything that you could look at that would refresh your recollection on the specific date, because I think you have said before.
I think I have said it before. I don't know where.
Okay. All right. And when you departed the dinner, you went to a vehicle and Mr. Adelson went to his vehicle. Were your vehicles in close proximity to each other, or was he parked somewhere else where you couldn't see him?
I couldn't see his vehicle. I've been asked that before because Wendi Adelson and I had arrived in that area hours earlier. We're kind of walking around looking at shops and stuff, so I don't remember the parking arrangement, but I don't think we were parked right up against it compared to them.
Okay. And once you returned to your vehicles, you returned to Mr. Adelson's residence, is that right?
Correct.
And did you say you spent the night there that night?
I did. I flew out the next morning.
Okay. And when you arrived at Mr. Adelson's restaurant, you just traveled straight from the yogurt to his residence, right?
Yes.
And is that what he did as well, as far as you know?
I have no idea.
Was there a delay? Were you there for some time before he arrived back?
I don't recall.
Okay. When he arrived back at his residence, I guess once you got there, did you have to wait for him to let you in? Were you waiting outside for some time?
That could be true, but I don't recall it.
Okay. When he did arrive, did it appear that he was shaken or upset about something?
I don't recall that.
Did he have any obvious injuries? Did it appear he'd been in some type of physical altercation?
I don't recall any of that. No.
Is that something you think you would recall?
I think so. I mean, he was the same in the hot tub as he was in dinner, only more so, if that makes sense. It wasn't a slide towards a negative direction or injuries or anything like that. It was like he was holding forth even more once he got home. It seemed like more of...
Jovial?
Say again?
Jovial, outgoing, talkative?
Very gregarious, hyperverbal is what we call it in clinical work, hyperverbal.
All right, and during his hyperverbal session of word vomiting all over the hot tub, did he mention that he had just been in an altercation of some type in the parking lot of the restaurant?
No.
Is that something you would have remembered?
I think I would have remembered that.
Is there any connection between you and the people that killed Dan Markel?
No.
You weren't on the wiretap, were you?
No.
You weren't captured at all on the wiretap?
No.
Judge, I'm going to object to the outside scope across.
Overruled.
You were asked on cross-examination about your alibi, right?
Yes.
I know if you didn't have that alibi, you might be a suspect in this case, right?
Yes.
Well, you don't have any connection to the killers, do you?
0.
All right. And you talked about the joke about hiring a hitman. It was made in 2013.
Yes.
And the chilling statement about Charlie's serious interest in hiring a hitman was made to you 5 days before the murder, correct?
Correct.
And it was referencing that he had done that in 2013.
That's right.
All right. But obviously, was the murder of Dan Markel accomplished in 2013?
No. Danny lived throughout 2013 and through half of 2014.
All right. And it was accomplished in 2014
That's correct.
when Charlie Adelson was dating who?
Catherine Magbanua, that's correct.
No further questions.
All right. We can release a witness.
I'd like him to remain under ruling honor.
Okay. You'll remain under subpoena. They'll let you know if you need to testify again, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
There he
All right, we're going
goes.
to take our lunch break now. I apologize. We have gone well over the noon hour, and we're almost at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to give you until 2 o'clock, and we'll start promptly with the testimony at that time.
There he goes, the man with a bag full of tampons to hand out to women in trouble. Yep. Yeah. Smooth. Okay, so what are we doing now? We're going to our new video. Anybody ever heard of Willie C. Hill? I really like it because he's a pretty laid-back guy, right? And his name is Willie C. Hill, which, of course, if your name is C. Hill, then you are Mr. Chill, right? Willie Chill. And he's really chilled out guy. Pretty much. I just think it's a cool name. No one's ever heard of him. No one's seen the video. It's brand new. I'm sure some whack job's gonna come in the comments and say, I saw this a year ago. Did you? Where? Okay, let's go to Mr. Chill. Where is Mr. Chill? Right over here. Who's the boxer? You the boxer? You know, I noticed a lot of boxing memorabilia. We got the gloves over here. Pictures everywhere. Who's the boxer? You the boxer? Yeah, you a tough guy? What could you do? Wouldn't it be great if Steven Seagal could go back to 1983 and make a movie about the Adelsons, where he aikidos their asses all over the Bronx? Yeah, that'll be great. Just throws Charlie Adelson through a shop window. Nice shirt, man. Fucking hell, it's like a green screen. Put this guy on a webcam and he'll fucking disappear.
about that. We're having a problem with that computer, but got it working now.
Man, I hope y'all find who did it.
We're working around the clock, so we're trying to get it nailed down. It's awful, that's for sure. If you don't mind, let me just get your full name.
Willis C. Hill.
W-I-L-I-S?
I-E.
I-E. Willie. Okay, Willie, sorry.
C. Hill.
What's your date of birth, sir?
19.
Hey, Detective, Willis has 2 L's as well. W-I-L-I-S? No, you got the name wrong, and the name that you got wrong, you spelt wrong. What is with Tallahassee Police Department? I'm sorry, I'm sure they've done great work, right? But they didn't with Denise Williams, and they didn't in this case. They can't spell basic names. You've heard of a fucking actor called Bruce Willis, right? With 2 L's. W-I-L-I-S? No! Is that what he said? Did I mishear it?
We're trying to get it nailed down. It's awful, that's for sure. If you don't mind, let me just get your full name.
Willis C. Hill.
W-I-L-I-S?
I-E.
I-E. Willie. Okay, Willie, sorry.
C.
And I think it's so funny that no investigator in Tallahassee Police Department can spell, and then on the flip side, on the Adelson side, we've got Donna Adelson's spelling bee that keeps getting brought up from 1958. You know.
Hill. What's your date of birth, sir?
1959.
Current address?
Oh, hang on. All right, I'm going to upload this tomorrow without commentary, but I'll remove his personal details. We don't want anyone hassling Mr. Chill.
Okay. And what you said? So you're a minister?
Yeah, I'm a minister at Faith Christian Family Center.
Faith Christian Family Center. Let's check it out. Faith Christian Family Center, Tallahassee. What? Alright, I'm not logging in. Fuck off. Wow. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, that wasn't great.
On the south side, 310 Laurel Lee Avenue.
Is that the only, I guess, job or position that you hold at this point, or are you doing?
Well, no, I'm a vendor, barbecue. I sell barbecue.
Neverly, darling, who is this? Well, I was hoping that it was Shadrick Noble's dad, but it's not. I think he's got a lady friend on Trescott, so he heard about the murder. There's nothing earth-shattering here, guys, so don't get too excited. But, you know, it's just nice to get all the information we can about the investigation, right? They're talking about the murder. July 21st, 2014, Willie Chill's been called in, and, you know, he's got some interesting things to say, so we're gonna give Mr. Chill the floor this evening.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I.
Where's your
No,
location?
mobile. I roll around town with the grill behind my truck.
What company is it, just so next time I see it?
Oh, hang on, we missed a bit.
Faith Christian. On South Side, 310 Laurel Avenue.
Is that the only, I guess, job or position that you hold at this point, or are you doing?
Well, no, I'm a vendor, barbecue. I sell barbecue.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I.
Where's your
No,
location?
mobile. I roll around town with the grill behind my truck.
What company is it, just so next time I see it?
Is this a?
This guy is a mobile vendor selling barbecues in the Tallahassee area. And I would have just loved if the investigator said, "Who's your best customer?" And Mr. Chill just says, "Chief Mac." You know, like, obviously, sometimes that guy, you know, I deliver 3 grills a week. You know, for him to test and review, and you know, it's like he's the big time Tallahassee barbecue enthusiast. Well, now we soak the pork shoulder in apple cider, and it sweetens the taste. There he is. Look at him, Chief Mac, King of Grills. What a beautiful man. Just imagine him with a pair of barbecue tongs. We got to get working on the Chief Mac barbecue rub products. Okay? Marinade, rubs, you know, something, you know, paprika garlic, you know, covering everything, an inch thick in paprika garlic rub, with a secret ingredient that he won't tell. You know, it worked for Paul Newman and his fucking salad dressing, okay, which is pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. If Paul Newman can do it with balsamic dressing, French dressing, Italian dressing, we can do the same thing with the Chief Mac barbecue rub products. He's got the face, right? You put that face on a bottle and it will sell. Okay? And we can maybe talk to Mr. Chill about, you know, a distribution deal. He's already selling the grills, barbecue rubs, marinades, what else? Yeah, hot sauce maybe. What other good barbecue products out there? I mean, there's the hardware, obviously. You know those really nice. It's like a little briefcase with all the barbecue hardware in, right? Chief Mac range, top quality, old school. You know, handed down through the generations. None of this futuristic shit. Stainless steel. We want hickory wood. You know, hickory wood handles. Good old cast iron hardware by Chief Mac, with a 5-star rating, a sheriff star rating, right? That's what we want to see. Chief Mac's going to go for a sponsorship deal. Mr. Chill's got the distribution. How can this not work? You know what I'm saying?
No cup, just you got to see me in a room truck with a grill.
Okay, I got you.
Had a lot of those police officers over there.
I gotcha. Okay, so this is regarding the incident from Trescott, and I guess just tell me, you said you were in the neighborhood on Friday, that was the 18th, correct? Okay.
And let me just say something to you before we go any further. Off the record here, the lady that I'm visiting, we've been together for years, but we had a little incident last year. It was a court case, so there was an injunction and all that stuff. So we went and got all that squashed. They gave us a no contact rule for a period of time.
Yes, sir.
You know,
that's all. That's over with and everything. It's been put to bed.
Well, pretty much, but it's still going on. So they tell me we can't have contact with each other. So off the record, I am.
Okay.
I'm just gonna tell you what I seen.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
This guy, I was coming.
So what was that? What happened? There's an injunction between him and his lady friend, and they're not supposed to see each other. Well, what happened? Tell us, Mr. Chill. I mean, and then the detective's like, oh, and that's all been put to bed? No, I think it's still active, right? He's kind of saying, listen, you know, we broke the injunction.
Went out her garage that morning.
Okay. Can you tell me where she's located?
Yeah, 2017 Trescott.
2017?
Mm-hmm.
What time did you get to her? How were you there overnight, or did you get there that morning?
Yeah, I was there overnight.
Overnight. Okay.
You know.
Yeah, he was over all night and a long weekend. This is Mr. Chill. You can't tie him down. You can't tie him down at all.
Go to work.
Okay.
And I saw his truck just flying through the neighborhood, big, like a red construction truck, you know, and I could tell. I said, you know, when that guy, he didn't even, because he had a speed hump in front of the house, he didn't even brake. He just went right on through that thing. And that's what caught my attention. I seen him look. I said, damn, that guy mad. You know, because I did construction for a long period of time, and it was like he was on his way to get some money. Like, this guy better have my money. And I saw that look on his face, you know, like he was mad as heck. And, you know, and it was about this time, and I'm just trying to...
Do you remember what time exactly that was?
It was a little bit after 10.
A little bit after 10.
Acapella, this is Willie C. Hill.
Because I knew I was on my way to Walmart, and I got to Walmart about 10:30.
Yeah, William Hill, like the bookies. How do you know that?
And it just struck me that he just didn't brake for that speed bump, and at the rate of speed he was going, and if somebody could put that truck at that house, I believe that would be the guy.
Okay. Do you remember anything more about the truck? Was it like a pickup truck? Or
Yeah, it was a pickup truck.
It
had, you know, the double wheels on the back. That's
the
really,
dually type?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like I said, it just struck me, and I can remember the guy had, his hair was like your color.
Okay.
It was a white guy.
White male?
Driving the truck, and it just struck me as very odd that he was going at that rate of speed, you know.
Which way was he traveling?
He was heading toward that house.
So in that neighborhood, that way that road winds, it kind of throws me off.
It would be
north.
north.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you never actually saw the vehicle stop or anything, that it just continued from what you know?
Yeah. I mean, I just thought it was odd that he would, you know, go at that rate of speed.
Anything else on the truck stand out? Any damage? Did it seem older, newer?
Yeah, it wasn't a newer truck. It was an older model. But I remember it had those big double wheels in the back, and I think it was like a maroon type color truck.
Did it have like tools and stuff in the back, or
couldn't tell.
Couldn't tell. Okay. Okay. A little after 10, north through the neighborhood, and just going at a high rate of speed.
And it may be something, it may not, but you know.
No, hey, everything right now, we're taking everything anybody that saw something, so, definitely. And white male, he said he kind of had hair like me. Anything else that you remember about him?
Well, just the look on his face, like he was mad at the world, you know. He looked like he wanted to kill somebody, you know, just listen at the news and hearing all this stuff made national news about this guy, and he left behind 2 kids, and she was telling me about the wife when they clean up the bank accounts and all that kind of stuff. And so, you know, anybody, I don't know.
Did your friend lives in Trescott, was she familiar with the family at all?
No,
No?
no, not at all. She probably couldn't tell you nothing because she got a daycare there. And she keeps children in the house, so.
Okay. She didn't recall hearing anything that morning or see anything?
No, nothing at all.
All right, and what have you been back? Did you go back to after you left that day, did you go back to the neighborhood that day at all, or?
Later on, I was out working and she called me and she told me that there had been a murder and somebody had got shot in the neighborhood, you know, so.
And she just knew that from just watching TV or whatever?
And then parents were calling her because they had apparently heard that they was concerned about, you know, what was going on. But, like I said, if you could put that truck at that house, the look on that guy's face, he looked like he wanted to hurt somebody. He was pissed off, you know.
Okay. On another note, they were saying that you wanted to see about setting up some type of
with the chief about all this gang, this shooting going on. Man, this is ridiculous. And you know what really irks me is the fact that these so-called religious leaders want to get on TV and the newspaper and act like they're going to do something. They ain't doing nothing, man. They just talking. That's the bottom line is we got to go in and break up these gangs. You got to stop these guys from hanging out at these stores and stop them from ganging together up in the neighborhood. We got to come up with something to stop that, disperse that, because that's what all this violence is taking place at. You know,
it's bad right now.
I go in the community because I say about I know where all the boys hanging out and they're selling the dope, and I'm always talking to them, tell them, look, gang, you can't stay in this game forever. You know, you got to do something. Now, if you out here smart enough to do this, then what is it that you really want to do out of life? Let me try to help you get to that point. You know, there's some other resources that you can get to without having to be out here create this bad image for the kids, you know? And that's, you know, we got to do something, you know, and more than what these guys are talking about.
You got to do something for the kids. This guy. I know that this guy has sold a barbecue, at least 4 to Chief Mac. Probably they install it together. You know, Chief Mac, he doesn't need, you know, he wants to be involved with every aspect of the barbecue installation. You know, he looks at the position of the sun. You know, he wonders, you know, the little side on a fixed barbecue where you've got your side area where you can store your chicken thighs and, you know, get your rub on, you know, get your corn ready, you know, every element, you know, is important to Chief Mac, and this guy would understand that. You know, I bet they get on. They talk about the history of barbecue. They talk about, you know, the type of barbecues in other countries. You know, hibachis and, you know, Korean barbecue, and you know, they're just so well acquainted. And if a new barbecue place opens up in town, who's first in line? Chief Mac and Mr. Chill every single time. Okay, it's no joke, guys.
I know where all the boys hanging out and they're selling the dope, and I'm always talking to them, tell them, look, gang, you can't stay in this game forever. You know, you got to do something. Now, if you out here smart enough to do this, then what is it that you really want to do out of life? Let me try to help you get to that point. You know, there's some other resources that you can get to without having to be out here create this bad image for the kids, you know?
And create this bad image for the kids. What is it you really want to do in life? You smart enough to sell drugs and be a gangbanger? What do you want to do out of life? Maybe I can help you get to that place. We got to stop creating this image for the kids.
That's, you know, we got to do something, you know, and more than what these guys talking about. Reverend Holmes want to get out there at Cascade Park and have a big something. That ain't going to do nothing. You know why? Those people are not attending. You got to take them suits and ties off, get on some tennis shoes and some blue jeans.
You gotta take those suits and ties off, get on some tennis shoes, out in the streets. Out in the streets. Exposure. Got to be able to relate. No, I love it.
Go out in this community and talk.
Read the street.
Yeah. But they scared. But there's some of us that's not afraid to go. I'm one of them. I go out there every day.
Right.
And I'm always, talking to them about this violence.
Well, I can, when we step out, I will probably need to get a hold of Angie, which is his secretary, and call her, and she should probably be able to help you get something formulated where you can have a meeting with the chief or whatever. And I know he'd be happy to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Yeah, he's definitely reaching out to the community, trying to see what we can do. So anybody that's willing to help and talk to him, he'd be happy to listen. So, okay.
Hello? Yes. Hey, man. No, they in my truck.
I think it's Chief Mac on the phone. Willie Chill is late. Chief Mac's like, you said you'd be here between noon and 5. It is now 4:30. I got company coming over. I promised to show them the new Grill Master 2000. Where the hell are you?
I'll be back in a few minutes though. I'm down at TPD up here talking about that stuff happening down the road. No. They're in my toolbox on the back of the truck. Yeah, it's open if you want to come through here. I'm in the park.
I'll get a card for you. Just hang tight. I'll come get you in just a second.
Okay. I'm upstairs right now, but if you want to just come by and go around and open up, you can get them. Yeah, it ain't locked. It's just got to pull through some stuff and get them, but you go ahead and get them. Okay.
I told you to put that marinade on before sunrise. Needs time to soak into the bone.
Okay. All right.
It's a short video, guys. the fuck was that? Oh, he's imitating the truck. Or maybe he's imagining lighting the charcoal. Choo! Choo! One more time. What the fuck? Oh. But he's going on about a red construction truck. It's obviously not anything to do with the murder. It's just mistaken, or he's got the wrong... He's identified the wrong vehicle? Yeah, that's it. But I'll tell you what we'll do now. We'll play the music teacher who was on the phone with Dan Markel at the exact moment he was shot, right? But first I want to show you, because we are not the first to have this, okay? That was Jay from The Shaming of Jay. But I just want to show you what we're about at True Crime Metrix. We're about cleanup, right? Cleaning it all up. You think we're just sitting by doing nothing all day? No, we're cleaning up. The Shaming of Jay. Fantastic Shaming of Jay. We'll put a link in to his channel down below. Where is it? I just want to show you, because he got this first. It was the first place I saw it anyway. But I actually never watched it, because I wasn't that into the quality, right? But on Metrix, we clean it all up. So this is the original. Well,
this is Stuart Schlazer. He was on the phone with Dan Markel when...
I didn't even know that she tried. And so I'm like, okay, this isn't, I don't want to get in the middle of this, but it's a good school.
So that's what it looks like before we get our Metrix paws on it, right? And now we go to the clean version. So for more clean videos, which we're doing more and more these days, is it better? I think it's better. And no slight on Jay. Jay does a great job. Just seems a little cleaner, right? Anyway, we're going to listen to this guy. I mean, this guy must have nightmares, man. Well, he's on the phone talking about the School of Arts and Sciences, where Wendy's enrolled. Ben has won a prize or won a draw or something to get it accepted into this fancy school, and Dan is talking to this guy because he's a friend of a friend, while he's being shot, and this guy hears him say, "Hang on a minute, there's someone on my driveway I don't recognize, Sigfredo Garcia." Next comes the gunshot, which, gunshots never sound like they do in movies, don't they? Do they? They always sound really, pathetic, because we're so used to hearing them in movies. Oftentimes, people don't even recognize it as a gunshot unless you shoot guns all the time, which I guess a lot of people do. But yeah, and then he hears this labored breathing. I mean, it's horrific.
You look like you're walking in here, so. Huh? No. All right. Basically, you know, I talked to you on the phone. I just want to go back over everything with you. I think I already got your information, so let's see. This was the only phone for you, the 954?
That's my cell phone.
That's your cell phone?
That's my
Okay. All right. Start to tell me, what's your role there at the School of Arts and Sciences?
I'm a music teacher.
Music teacher?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my friend is a law professor at FSU.
Which is Ken? I mean, I'm sorry,
No,
Jake?
which is Jake, right.
Okay.
And Jake and Dan were talking. It's Dan, right? I don't really know.
Yeah.
Dan Markel, I think it's pronounced, okay. And my name came up because I'm pretty good friends with Jake, and he said, oh, call Stu and talk to him about your concerns or your feeling about the school and what you're, you know, because he works there, so he knows the inside. And so he asked me if I would contact Dan, and I sent Dan a text this morning.
Go ahead, sorry, man.
Yeah, that's fine. I sent Dan a text this morning and said, hey, I'm available to talk anytime today.
When was the first time that you, when did Jake come to you and say, hey, can you reach out to this guy?
I mean, it's all text from Jake, so
okay.
I'll give you that. Must have been 2 days ago.
So that was the first time that you had any...
Let's see. Let's see. Oh wait, let's see. Here we go. So it was Wednesday, so 2 days ago.
Okay.
We go over to their house, or they come over to our house to play games, board games.
Jake,
okay. Right? And he said, on another note, can you give my colleague your take on School of Arts and Sciences? His oldest is nearly school age.
Okay, so I guess Dan was trying to roll his kids over there?
Right.
Okay.
It's a lottery system. They got selected. He got called. Okay. And I just wanted to know more about it.
Okay.
So I said, sure, let me have his number and I'll call him when available. And then he gave me his info on Wednesday. I guess I was busy yesterday, and I texted him this morning, and
he never initially texted back. It was just a call from him at 10:48. It was the first time you heard
from him. 9:56. Hi, Dan. I'm Jake's friend who works at SAS. Please call anytime. I'd love to answer your questions. Gave him my phone number.
Okay, so that was after you initially texted him, though, and said you could talk anytime.
Right. Well, I told Jake that I would. Oh wait, no. This is I call anytime. Please call anytime. This is the original. This is the whole conversation. With
Okay.
Dan.
And that was okay. So that's this morning.
And that's at 9:56.
Okay.
10:36. He said, "Thanks. What's your name?" Because we don't even know each other. I'll try you shortly.
Okay. All right.
I tell him my name, and then the "Are you okay?" is after the incident.
Okay, that's 11:01, like you told me earlier. Okay.
Right. So all I knew about Dan was he's Jake's friend. He's an FSU professor in law.
Okay. All right.
And he has a kid who might get into SAS. I didn't even know, if he was just interested in it or his kid got into the law. I have no clue.
Okay.
Don't know.
Okay. All right. So, and just, all right, sounds good. So go through the series of events after you made contact with him, which would have been, just to confirm, was 10:48 a.m. is when you finally got the call from him?
I'll pull that up. So, 10:48, he calls me.
Okay.
I guess up to the green arrow.
So you talked to him for, you were on the phone a total of 11 minutes and 39 seconds with him?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the last few minutes were trying to figure out what was going on with the situation.
Okay. And then this is where you try to call him back right at 11?
Right. So, right, he said there's an unfamiliar person in my driveway.
Okay, let's back up.
So let's back up, sure.
All right, yeah, just start from.
So he calls me. Okay. I go into my bedroom because my kids are playing in the living room.
Okay.
And we start talking. It was kind of, I could tell he was driving because there was a lot of just extra noise. It sounded like he was on speakerphone in his car driving.
Okay.
We started talking. He said, I didn't even know my wife enrolled them in this school or put them in the drawing, but I found out, and so I went to SAS to talk to the assistant principal, but there was no kids there, so I wanted another person's take who's not the assistant principal, and I'm trying to get people in. I said, great. Maybe another time he mentioned that he and his wife didn't seem to be seeing eye to eye and everything.
So it sounded like
well, his ex-wife.
Okay, she was trying to get him into the school, and he didn't really.
And he just didn't even know that she tried. Okay. And so I'm like, okay, this isn't, I don't want to get in the middle of this, but it's a good school, blah, blah, blah. We started talking. Didn't really get to the heart of anything. I was just trying to figure out his situation and what he was looking for in school. He's driving. And then it sounded like he stopped. The extra noise wasn't really there. And he said, hold on a second. There's someone in my driveway that's unfamiliar to me. I'm pretty sure that's the words he used. And I said, sure, no problem. And he I guess, I don't know what he did. I don't know if he opened the door, got out of his car. I tried to just wait till he said, hey, you back? Or I'm back, And that never happened. I remember 3 events after that point, because I was trying not to, I was just waiting for him to come.
No, Michelle, it's not Ison. I'm not even. I don't even think it's Investigator Hale. I think it's someone else.
It was a loud sound, which sounded either like a grunt or something. It sounded like a person making the sound, but it didn't sound like a good sound. So my mind immediately went to like heart attack.
Man, that sound is gonna stay with him forever. I'd say 100%. He is woken up in the middle of the night, hearing that sound. I mean, can you imagine? And then knowing all of what happened since, and nothing happened for 2 years. Then there were arrests. Then another 3 years. There was a trial. Another 3 years after that, another trial. And then the next year, another trial. I mean, And now Donna's arrested.
But I think this guy's pretty young, so I stayed on the line instead of calling an ambulance right away. And so that was one sound. It was a loud grunt, just a loud sound. And then there was a lot of sounds that I couldn't make out. Either that the phone had broken, I thought, maybe it fell out of his pocket while he was talking to this person. I don't know. Lots of sounds. Couldn't make out the words, but there was definitely voices. Could have been the radio, I don't know. I don't know if he was near his car or he had already walked away from it. And then the third sound was heavy breathing, labored breathing. And I listened and I thought, this could be a heart attack. Or, I don't have a lot of experience with these things, heart attacks or anything. But it didn't sound good. And then I started saying, are you okay? Maybe 3 or 4 times. Can I help you? Just different things. And then I decided to hang up. I called back again.
He's still in shock, isn't he? I mean, this is the same day. This is just 10 hours later, right?
Went to voicemail.
So it's 11 o'clock call, right?
And
right, it's 11 o'clock.
This is Wendy's room, isn't it? I mean, this is about an hour after Wendi has left the room. Amazing.
43 seconds, went to voicemail, I hung up. I texted him, thinking, maybe something happened to his speaker, because I couldn't. But then the labored breathing was very clear, like the phone was like right here, or right here. Just very clear, no question about what it was. Texted him, are you okay? No response. So I went to look up his address, because it sounded like he just got home at his driveway. So I went on the Leon County Property Appraiser's typed in his name, found his address, and called the police. I said, I was talking to a friend of a friend I don't really know well. It seems like something happened. He said that there was an unfamiliar man in his driveway.
Did he recall he said man? Or
No, he did say person. He said an unfamiliar person. My recollection.
Yep.
After, the address is 21 something Trescott.
And you did that by looking up on the property appraiser?
Right, it does a reverse lookup. I can look at the address.
It's funny because the property appraiser website came up with that Schmidt lady with the red hair that everyone hates. The one who was living temporarily in Cairo, Georgia, and had to commute to Tallahassee. But you know what? That's only a 45-minute drive. That's a standard commute. I was under the impression that a commute in the States was 2 hours minimum. It's like...
Best, and I thought that was the best tactic to get his address real quick. He was the only Dan Markel too, so it really helped. He said on the phone that someone else has already called, and I said, oh good, I hope everything's okay. He said some sort of accident happened, and he said, but thanks for calling as a second call. We'll make sure someone gets out there or someone's already out there. I don't know when that call was. I'm sure you guys have it.
He's young, isn't he? What is he, 31? He's not much older than 31, I'd say.
When did you call Jake and tell him that you thought something? Was it after you called 911?
Yes. I called him at 11:09. I must have called 911 at 11:04 or so. I mean, there's a few minutes between the labored breathing and when I called because I had to look up the address. 911 sounded like someone was already en route, or someone was already there, and I said, okay, great. I'm glad because something definitely happened. I called Jake 11:09, and I said, I don't know what's going on, but something's happened to your friend.
Hey, Sid Mountaineer. Good to see you. We've not got long to go, though. I think this will be the last video of the night.
And, I told him we were talking, and all of a sudden there's labored breathing, and it didn't seem like things were okay. So maybe you could check on it. Because you're a friend, I'm a friend of a friend. And he said, okay, thanks for letting me know. And I remember him asking people, he was at work, has anybody talked to Danny? I think he said. And they said no, or he wasn't in the office today, And so, and that was the last I talked to Jake. And then Jake texted me, an officer's going to call me, and then you called me before.
Yeah, right, Patsy.
Okay.
So I guess
30.
He said, I talked to him after. I said, yeah, I talked to the police officer. And he said that he'd been trying to figure out what's going on with his friend. And then, I found out more details. There was a shooting on the street.
From the news and stuff, or just from?
Jake told me, he said, well, we think he got shot. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't remember hearing a gunshot. I do remember a loud sound. Could have been a gunshot. Could have been screaming at the same time. Who knows?
Okay. And you said, when I talked to you earlier, that when you did hear this loud noise, you kind of referred to it maybe even being like a car door. Do you remember hearing a car door open at any point, or is that just the whole loud noise that you heard all kind of?
I don't know. Initially, I just thought, okay, I'll check on my kids, or I'll go. I have a minute to think about what am I going to talk to him about with school. But then I realized that something else was going on, and then I started actively paying attention to the conversation. I don't remember him saying any words. In fact, I thought he almost muted the phone to talk to the person because it was pretty silent for a while. Or maybe he left the phone in the car. I don't know.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And then the voices you said.
Who wants to see what this guy looks like with long hair? This lady killer. I think he'd give Mr. Buff a run for his money. Hey, do you play the French horn? Oh. He looks like a kind guy, you know. He looks like if you invited him round for a dinner party, he'd show up with something really nice as a gift, just as a thank you, right? What about this one? What's better, the long hair or this one? What do we think? Let's put them side by side. Should we have a poll on the hair? Make them the same size. What do we think?
It's either like muffled or it could have been a radio. You're not sure.
It could have been a radio. They kept going in and out. It was just, I was trying to listen to it because he wasn't answering me, and that's just weird.
It didn't. You couldn't tell like argument. You couldn't tell there was an argument going on or anything like that.
It sounded like that. And so I heard voices.
Okay.
Could be real people. Could be the radio.
It could be Mr. Geiger, right? It could be James Geiger. Who's Dan. What's wrong?
You know, and then the labored breathing came pretty.
How quick after?
I don't know. Between the voices and the loud sound, I don't know which came first. I'm thinking the loud sound came and then the labored breathing.
But what about the voices prior to?
I'm guessing.
I
really
know
don't have
that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. But
I mean,
you think the just kind of which way do you think it happened? Do you think it was the?
I'm thinking it was the voices, the loud sound, the labored breathing. Okay. But that makes logical sense to me. So it might be wrong. It could have been the loud sound. But I never heard his voice again.
After he said he saw someone in the driveway, you never.
That was the last thing he said.
Okay. And pretty much what you would think it was someone's in my driveway that I'm unfamiliar with. Didn't allude to male, female, multiple people, nothing like that.
No, it seemed like it seemed more than just someone walking by. It seemed like coming. I don't know how his driveway is, but it seemed like someone coming from the house the way that he was describing. Just not. It seemed a suspicious person.
So, and you think he said unfamiliar, some person on birth versus like a vehicle or anything like that? You think it was?
Yeah, I don't remember him saying an unfamiliar vehicle, just an unfamiliar person in my driveway.
Okay.
So, I mean, depending on where his car was parked, I mean,
he could have been referring to see a car and say unfamiliar person through the car, or it could have been a
right. Maybe someone was sitting there. I don't know.
Gotcha.
I don't know. Okay. There's no specifics from him.
Oh look, Michelle de Mateus says long hair, and she's the resident hair expert. Good to know, Michelle.
So,
all right, I think. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do a poll, and we'll put up 2 small pictures. But first, we've got to get the results for this poll. 61. So have you 146 votes? That's good. Have you ever been in a horrific relationship with a narcissist? 61% said yes, and 39% don't know how lucky they are. Well, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Keep on trucking. New poll. Let's get his images back. That's okay.
I don't know if you can call up that conversation through Verizon or whatever and listen to the last 5 or 8 minutes of it.
I don't know any possible way to do it.
Okay, I don't know if, NSA,
Yeah, I know.
Sure.
No. There's a lot of things we can do, but
Okay.
usually actually getting a conversation like that, there's
Sure. And I was thinking toward the end, I felt something saying I need to record this, but there's no way to do it.
like when you started hearing the weird stuff going on.
Yeah, I'm like, this is just weird. And then when the breathing came, I'm like, this is,
Yeah.
And then I knew what I did. So.
All right, let me just step out and make sure there's no other questions.
Sure.
They want me to check on, but I think that's pretty much it. All right, man, thanks.
Thank you, yeah.
Oh, that's not good, man. Don't do that to your neck. Don't do that to your neck. He's gonna have arthritis at like 32. Oh! No! Gotta remove that buzz. That buzz. There's a medium length as well. This guy loves to try out all the styles, doesn't he? See if we can show this one. I don't think there's any more questions for this guy. We're just judging his hair now, guys.
Did you shut it off? All right, man. Good.
Okay.
There he is, holding a manuscript, like any good music teacher would. Okay. Stuart, so how did we do on the poll? And then we shut it down. Wow, real close. End poll. 58% like the long hair, 42% like the short hair. I always think it's funny when it's so close. Really divide the community, don't we, Metrix? Michelle's cat is snoring next to her. 24-pound big orange kitty. Is that big? What does a cat normally weigh? I suppose a cat normally weighs, what, maybe 12 pound, 15 pound? No. 10 pound. Not much. Neverly says it was an inconvenience for them. Always watching over their shoulder. A mere inconvenience. Nor Levine, how you doing? Talking to a person at the moment they are mortally wounded would stay for a lifetime. What? Oh, I thought you were talking to a person. Like, I'm talking to a person at the moment, they are mortally wounded. And then I thought you were saying you would stay here listening to the show for a lifetime if you weren't talking to a person that was mortally wounded. Go and do your job, look after that person. But of course, I understand the meaning of your sentence now. It just took a minute, all right? Yeah, I've just seen a picture of Scott on the witness stand. I didn't remember him from trial. From Sigfredo Cady. Shivani. Did Jennifer attack him with her newly rebuilt nose? Don't know. The Doberman wins, Snivelly darling. Jesus Lover says, I really hope Georgia emphasizes to Donna's jury that she has the financial means and time to move to Tallahassee if she really wanted to be close to her grandsons. Well, I don't think that'll, I think that's abundantly clear without emphasis. There were options. Even if there weren't, that's no excuse to murder someone. The Markels, the grandparents don't have right. Well, at least until the Markel Act was passed, grandparents had basically no rights. So, a cat normally weighs between 10 and 13 pounds. Yeah, see, I thought it was about there. Acapella says Shivani. No, Matthew Broderick crossed into the wrong lane and collided head-on with another car. The driver, Annie Gallagher, 28. I missed that conversation. Okay, I think we're shutting it down, guys. It's been great. It's been great hanging out with y'all. So thank you much for the comments, for, bless you all. Don't be an Adelson. Thank you for the supporting the channel through the coffees and the super chats and the bulletproof Metrix moderators. Man, we've had so many comments recently, after the fact. I am never gonna. There's thousands now. There's thousands. Sometimes, I try to make a dent in them, and I just go through, and it scrolls and scrolls and scrolls. I normally like to answer everything, but it's going to be a challenge. It's going to take me like a whole week of doing nothing but answering comments. And we'll try. We'll keep going. We're working nights. We're working mornings to bring you this content as much as we can and as often as we can. Yeah. No, thank you everybody for being here. Plenty of people in the chat tonight. So many, we can barely keep up. But we will be back. Well, am I going to promise tomorrow? Well, I'll do my level best. And I really want to start earlier. Really want to start earlier. Let's try, not commit, but try for 7 o'clock Eastern, right? What's that for me? 11 p.m. We'll do 3 hours. It'll take us up to, that makes sense, right? Then everyone else can go to bed at a reasonable hour. I can go to bed before 6:30 a.m. And that'll be great. Let's try and get those early streams, guys. Look out for it on Discord. Look out for it on the social networks. And make sure you ring the bell for your subscriptions on YouTube. It's amazing how, I don't think a lot of people know about the bell. I think the bell should be activated by default and that people have to deactivate it if they don't want the notifications. But yes, ring the bell on YouTube to get those notifications, or just come to Discord. I always put the notifications on Discord. That's the other thing we've got to do. We want earlier start times and we want earlier notifications. I am too much in the habit of putting the fucking stream up less than half an hour before we go live. So that's our mission for tomorrow, guys. We're gonna come up with a concept. We're gonna post it early. We're gonna give you guys hours of notice, and we're gonna start early. And we hope to see you all there. For now, thanks again, everybody. Great to see you all, and we will say good night.